Sorry, tunes, give me 1 second. I'm moving kind of slow today. We're getting stuff set up. Thing I wanted to do. Right, and hold on. Hold. Hold. Almost there. Almost there. There we go. That'll work. No, I think we're good. Okay. I'm just gonna put that right there, I hope. Maybe. Alright. And one last thing. Alright, there we go. There we go. There we go. We can start now. Hi! Hello, everyone. Please hold. Your attendance at the stream is very important to us, and we will reach out as soon as the next available operator can respond. Hello, everyone. Hi. Hi. Let me say hi to you guys. Hello, Jack. Hello, Standing. Hello, Artemis. Hello, Lurkers. And hello, VOD Watchers. Hope you're all doing well. I hope you're having a good weekend. It's been kind of a clumsy day. I would describe it as a clumsy day. I don't know, just a little slow, a little off balance. I went to get some lunch. Went to do a little shopping and get some lunch. Now, VOD watchers watch the stream in their own time, as they are allowed to. I don't actually watch that many VODs. If it's something really important, I'll go back and watch a VOD, but a lot of times I feel like I really gotta be there in the moment, you know? It's a different vibe. Anyway, was getting some lunch, and I got to check out, and I put my basket down, and the you know, like deli meal comes in that sort of plastic container that pops closed. It slid in my basket and popped open and then dumped a bunch of the food into the basket. No. Man. So I cleaned it up as best as I could, and I was able to save some of it, but not a great day. Not a great kickoff to the day. And then I was making some tea earlier, and I spilled some water on my fingers. I'm just like, man. So it's been one of those days. It's just been one of those days. But we keep going. We keep going. The horrors persist, and so do we. How are you all doing? How is your weekend going? Hopefully no particular incidents of big deals, surprises of a negative variety. If there's good surprises, I'm happy about that. I'm trying to think. I don't think there was any like big stuff that's been going on. Mostly just trying to get the holiday artwork ready to go. I think that's going really well, and I decided to take Thanksgiving week off. So, you know, we were gonna get Thanksgiving and Black Friday anyway, and I was just like, I've got PTO to burn. I'm just gonna use some of it and just take the whole week off. So I've got one more week of work, and then I'll have plenty of time to work on those projects and play games and then do whatever else I feel like doing. And I mean, shit, then it'll be December. Still not a big fan of this whole linear time situation. It's very demanding in a way that I don't appreciate. It's very insistent. Kind of a dick, really. Much like a dick. Anyway. I was curious. I wanted to ask all's y'all, because I know some of you have been interested in my discussion of Star Citizen. And with the free fly coming up, I was curious if anybody was thinking about trying it out, making an account and everything. Because I know this is going to sound like some sort of MLM, but there are referral codes. So, like, if you refer a friend code, so the person that referred the person gets rewards, and then the referee gets bonuses for signing up using a code. So, if there is anyone that is interested, and you haven't made your account yet, let me know, and I can dig up my code because I've never actually bothered to give it to anyone. Yeah, we can get those little goodies. Are like Survival Evolved or Arc Raiders? Arc Raiders has been very interesting. I've been watching Coco and her friends play a lot of it. I think I'm still not super, like, if it weren't PvP, I think I would be really intrigued by it. I am disappointed in the use of AI. I realize most people are just kind of not noticing or caring. But it is a disappointing decision for them to do it. I get why they did it, I just wish they didn't. I feel like there are ways that they could have done it that would have been less problematic, shall we say. But I don't know, that genie's been rubbed. They're out of the lamp. Not a lot you can do about it at this point. And everything else about the game seems to be very well executed, so I totally understand why people are having fun with it, and I hardly fault them for that. But yeah, I don't know, the big thing to me, the big problem that I have with PvP extraction shooters, I get that it is part of the flow of the game and it totally makes sense. I just would be really frustrated to be having a good run and then just some dude shows up in like a super well-crafted kit and just demolishes me, and all of the good stuff that I found is just gone, I have heard solo is a lot more laid back and even cooperative at times, which I guess kind of makes sense because some of the enemies are quite difficult, right? So you almost would need to form little coalitions to be able to take down the big bads. But then you get into trios, it's like everyone is just guns out from the get-go, and if you see somebody else, you're just going in to kill them. Most of the time. I have seen a couple of friendly interactions on their streams, but at least with trios, it seems like it's the minority. It seems like most people are just kind of there to kill. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna get it. I just don't think it's a game that I would spend that much time playing. But I don't know. Extraction shooters are very interesting to me because on one hand it feels like the game industry has sort of decided, despite the game industry has almost sort of decided that this is the next big thing, even though like the player numbers don't really reflect that, right? Like Arc Raiders seems to be getting a fair amount of attention as far as extraction shooters are going. It might bring some people in that weren't interested in stuff like Tarkov or Hunt, but I don't think it's gonna, blow up and become a major genre like even say battle royales, we're able to achieve, right? Like, extraction shooters are, what if we had battle royales, but there were persistent stakes, right? You had rewards that you accumulated over the course of the round, and then you got to take those home. But when you go in, there is a risk of losing both the stuff that you have found, which is a carryover from battle royales, but also the stuff that you take in. So you have to be considerate of how much you spend, how much you are putting on the table when you go into a game. And I get that. I think it's very interesting. I just don't feel like people have adopted extraction shooters the way game developers really seem to think it's gonna blow up, or it is blowing up. I don't know. It's weird to me. I meant to jump back into Forever Winter and sort of see how that is developed, because that is an exclusively PvE extraction shooter. I feel like that's a little bit more what I would be interested in, you know, me versus the environment versus the systems of the game, rather than some luckier, overgeared player that can just one-tap me. The longer you play, the more you have to lose. Yes and no, because you don't have to take everything in that you get, right? Like in Arc Raiders, in every game, but you know, in Arc Raiders, because of the sort of flavor of it, it is entirely a thing to just do scav runs, right? You just go in with like effectively naked or the bare minimum default loadout, and you're just there to like scavenge parts, right? You are not equipped to take on serious fights against well-equipped other players or difficult enemies in the environment. You're just there looking for basic loot, crafting parts, stuff like that. And then yeah, you might find like a really nice gun or a really nice shield or something, and you're like, ooh, this is really good. And then you bank it. You don't have to take it into the next game. You can save it for when you're like, this is the run where I'm gonna go all out. Right? You might get a gun this round, a shield that round, some good explosive items or support items in another round, and then, you know, eventually you accumulate enough that you're like, all right, we're gonna do this. I want to do like a serious run where I put everything in. Or, you know, you might say, okay, we're going in this time, we have to do this objective, this equipment is going to be really helpful for seeing that done, so I'm gonna take these things with me and leave these things behind. But yes, if you die to an enemy, or you die to another player, another team, I believe Arc Raiders has one safety pocket that you will always be able to recover whatever is in that inventory slot, which everyone is calling the prison pocket, apparently. But everything else, if you die, it is gone. And you will have to reacquire anything that you lose, right? There's also a challenge. Well, actually, I don't know. How much is ammo limitation a challenge in Arc Raiders? Like, do you have to accumulate ammo, or does it kind of does it sort of replenish automatically? Because you might have a really good gun and then not have the ammo for it. You can build ammo. Okay, that makes sense. So you'll have a limited amount that you'll probably have to like scavenge more over the course of a round, but then between rounds you can sort of replenish more automatically. Unless you run out of crafting parts, in which case it's time for a scav run. Honestly, when I've been doing like the ASD facilities and such as Star Citizen, whenever I go out on first person runs, I tend to scavenge weapon magazines off of enemies that I kill, because it's free money, right? I just accumulate magazines for weapons so that I don't have to buy them. I feel like even that, is a good example. Like, Star Citizen effectively has extraction shooter modes in it, and I enjoy those. I think they're cool. I like the idea of going in, and the longer that I'm out there, the deeper that I go, the more I have a chance of accumulating good stuff, but you accumulate greater risk, as you expend resources in fights. You have to cycle weapons out as you exhaust your ammo and have to pick up stuff off of the enemies that you kill. And then there's always just the risk of another player showing up, which is always the part that makes me really nervous. Though, I think the ASD facilities are very limited in their PvP interactions. The ones in Pyro are just knives out. It's mostly PvP. If someone else is there, you're probably going to run into them and then you're going to get into a firefight. But I have not been to Pyro yet. I have not bothered because I'm just like, this is where all the sweaty PvPers are going to go, and I just don't want to do that. I don't want to deal with them, so I'm just not going to go there. I feel like is sort of the intention, right? If that's not the mode of gameplay that you want to go with, you just stay away from the more lawless areas. You stick to the higher security areas where PvP is possible but discouraged. Right? You're never completely safe from it, but there are lower chances. So I don't know. I find extraction shooters very interesting. I kind of feel though, like if Arc Raiders isn't the one that sort of blows it up into being the big thing, well, not the big thing, but a big thing, right? I feel like this one has been well received. It is popular. It's well designed, and it is, compared to some of the other ones, a much more balanced experience of the sort of same thing, the risk of PvP without it being a guarantee, right? Basically gambling without the risk. Well, you actually get to play something with with Arc Raiders, so I'd say it's a little more fun than that. Yeah, I don't know. If this one doesn't sort of catapult extraction shooters into being more mainstream, I don't feel like I would. Gamba's fun. Whoa, okay, buddy. I mean, you do you, as long as you're being responsible about it. Man, I don't even like gambling imaginary points. I would never gamble real money. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I don't know. If Arc Raiders isn't it, I don't know that extraction shooters are ever going to hit mainstream popularity. If I were another dev, I would really be watching Arc Raiders and sort of getting a sense of whether this is a road worth traveling. That's just like my opinion, man. I don't know. I'm sure more people are going to continue to jump on the bandwagon regardless. Alright, so the plan. What day is it? Okay. Oh shit, yeah, IE is next Thursday. And that is coming up close. So the plan for today is we're gonna play some Riven. We might lean a little bit heavier into Riven today. I really don't know how much of the game is left. If it feels like we're getting into the climax, we might just reach for the end. But beyond that, we are going to go ahead and start one more VTuber art piece for the year. I want to try. It's actually someone that I've been following and supporting for a very long time. One of the first people that I subscribed to. Even though I don't spend a lot of time with her streams, she's a real sweetheart, and she recently had a rebrand debut. So I thought it would be good to get some artwork done to congratulate her. So we'll lean into that after some Riven time. So why don't we go ahead? I'm gonna jump out of the way. Let me do some stuff here. There we go. We're gonna do a little bit of production value. And then we're gonna jump over to the game screen. There she is. We're gonna do that. Right, let's go ahead and turn the music down. There we go. Hey. I made myself a little snack for later. It's because, you know, I didn't get quite as much lunch as I was expecting to. What with the incident. I just made myself some instant noodles. I might take a bite of it or two. Alright, so last time we found Catherine. Told us to figure out where the Denis are, or not the Denis, the moiety. And after stumbling around the islands for forever and a day, we're sort of able to figure out that the eye totems were the numbering for a series of symbols. We found all but one of the symbols and then just kind of brute force the last one. It's fine. And found the moiety's hideout. I suppose Catherine, probably Catherine, showed them how to make a book, or made a book for them, so their hideout is located within a secret age, away from Gain's prying eyes and agents. Oh.
Hello.
Shit, hi.
Yo, online.
No, don't. Oh. Oh, don't do that. Was that really necessary? Yes, it's a very nice tree. Hello, Parker. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good weekend. Well, we made it. Hello? Can I leave? I cannot leave. Oh. Hi.
Katrina e now the saya yapalo. Yapa ay manay yalepo. Sai.
Oh. Oh shit, that's mine. Yes.
Why te fulupe? Now, Katerina ne. Wisi fa polo ya sepe yai.
I like your funny words, Moiri lady. Right, well, so I need that. Hello? Okay, let me check that. Alright. Okay, let's see what I got. So I got... Okay, so that looks like it's from Catherine. That's the prison book. And then this... Oh, is that... Oh, it's Atris's prison. Interesting. Alright, quickly from my prison. Along with this journal, I've instructed Nella to return the book that the moiety... Excuse me. Oh! That the moiety intercepted upon your arrival. After questioning her, I've concluded that it was written by Atris for a very specific purpose. Gain will wish to use it, but he will undoubtedly be suspicious. Once he is out of the way, you'll still need the combination to release me. I'm told he keeps it somewhere in his outpost on 233. 3. Then I assume we're to signal Atris. I think I know how it might be done, but don't attempt it before I'm released. Interesting. 233. Hello? Okay. Oh. Oh! I was thinking I would need the book to go, but I guess they're just gonna let me out. Thank you. Nice, this dude's very passionate about his pizza. That dude is ready to cut a pizza at all hours of the day. Shiny. A whole society of pizza chefs. Not a very talkative bunch. I suppose if they were to talk, I probably wouldn't understand them anyway, so it's a bit of a moot point, but you know. They don't seem comfortable with me being here. Is that Catherine? Maybe I should go. Maybe I should just go. Maybe it's because I knocked on that one villager's door and so they know I'm all noisy. Can't really be considered saying that's fair, I guess, but you know. Gotta start somewhere, right? Just a little top of the morning. Is it morning? I don't know how time works in this age. There's our way back. So are they gonna, like, you know, close that? Seems like they would wanna hide it at some point, right? Okay, so let's see. We do have some impression, right? The game has been watching this whole time. Boop. There we go. In the totem room? Maybe you did go the right way. Okay, sure. What is it? As long as it's not a spoiler for anything. Oh, interesting. These guys sure do love their hidden passageways. Oh. Oh. Now these are blinking. Well, shit. Okay. Interesting. Alright, so let's see. We have to get Catherine out. So the moiety gave us back our stuff. We've got the prison book. We've got Atrus's journal. Oh, okay, so that's the book that we need to trick Gain into using, I believe. Oh, okay, here we go. It's been 1 week since I linked to Riven. I'm still reeling from the changes I've witnessed. Even before my eyes could adjust, the smell of my homeland embraced me. The sweet salt air was instantly familiar, but the scene that soon resolved was not. As I stood there, struggling to make sense of what I was seeing, a violent clang sounded, and bars appeared before me. It was then that I must have been darted, for my memory after is cloudy. A Rivenese man, shabbily dressed in militaristic attire, was shouting something at me. He seemed to be attempting to speak Dani, but his grasp of the language was so poor that I could not make out his words. And then the world went dark. Many voices passed, until at last I awoke to a familiar face. A T. After all this time, she's still as warm and kind as ever, and yet the years have clearly wounded her. They wounded everyone whose world became a prison when Gain was trapped here. Everything is tinged with pain and loss, even a T's bright smile, though she does her best to hide it. A desperate urgency squelched by unuttered fears, seethed beneath her cordial veneer. When Atrus and I left Gain here, all those years ago, I was haunted by visions of what had become of my people, and how they might have come to suffer under his rule. But the injustices I imagined were nothing compared to the atrocities that have actually come to pass. The following is a chronicle of what I have learned, a record of all that has happened, should I no longer be here to tell of it. I feel like that might be important later. The moiety. It seems the confrontation that led to Gain's entrapment on Riven was witnessed by some of the Rivenese, but their interpretation of the event has skewed, no doubt due to Gain's overinflated view of himself. Atris and I had hoped that stripping him of his ability to link to other worlds might lead people to conclude that his claims of godhood were false, but it appears the opposite has come to pass. If Gain was a god and we had vanquished him, then we must be greater gods. It was thus assumed that my absence was only temporary, and that I would surely return one day to set the world right again. Thus, the moiety, the name they adopted after Gain's disparaging use of the term, were born, sworn enemies of Gain, and devotees of me. I had no inkling of this misconception about myself until 2 days ago, though in hindsight it makes perfect sense given the way I've been treated. For their part, then they naturally assumed an omniscient deity might be well aware of their own divine status, so there was no need to inform me. I only finally pieced it together during a secret underground gathering where they reenacted their version of the story of my life. A riveting tale that culminated with the confrontation between Atris, myself, and Gain at the edge of the fissure. I'm sure that's fine. The events have been exaggerated to such grandiose proportions that I found it hard at times to suppress my laughter. And yet, this myth has also given them the courage to stand against Gain, in the hope that they might someday be delivered from the relentless inhumanities of his authoritarian rule. Even so, the fact that I am the one who has been cast as their savior, an omnipotent being who would one day return to Riven, overthrow Gain, and lead them to a new paradise, is deeply unsettling. I would do anything to free my people from this hellish existence. I am not who they think I am. How, though, can I dissuade them from this notion without also crushing their hopes? I like that she does the little squigglies to check her quill, her pen. As Gain's power grew, so did the moiety, and in order to evade his persecution, for he would wipe them all out in an instant if he could, they had to become more and more adept at concealing themselves. They make use of a network of caves that so far he has failed to discover, but I fear it's only a matter of time before they're found out. Oh, there we go. Oh, and then it's got the marker to orient you. Perfect. The Rebel Linking Room. Okay. Further jeopardizing their existence is the fact that the moiety absolutely refuse to sever their ties with those who have sided with Gain. The two factions thus live together in surprising harmony, their overarching sense of cultural unity appearing to outweigh the schism, at least for now. I heard today that Father and Anant were inducted into Gain's labor force. I so longed to see them. A dimness shrouded Etty's face so abruptly when I asked of them that it left me hesitant to press the matter further. I must know the truth eventually, but I fear the news will not be good. From the moment of their inception, the moiety have sought to disrupt Gain's plans at every turn, sabotaging his constructions, stealing from his precious stockpiles, and keeping an ever-watchful eye on his every move. They shroud themselves with dark coverings and delight in the fact that their enemies are often frightened by their wraith-like appearance and their almost preternatural ability to wreak havoc without detection or consequence. It was in the course of one of these forays that I was fortuitously rescued when I first linked to Riven. I shudder to think what might have become of me had that scout not been there to intervene. Gain will certainly be hunting for me now, no doubt furious at his guard's failures to detain me. He must be even angrier, though, at the loss of the linking book he surely assumes I brought with me. That I was deceived into linking into Riven without a way back. It's a bitter yet fortunate fact. For it may well have been meant the death of us all had a book back to Denis fallen into his destructive hands. When we finally discover that I came here empty, we'll be angrier still. That is some consolation, at least. I have glimpsed the final breath of a dying age. Tiny blade cuts the void, the white hole divided. Again and again, dipped in black. The nib drips red, the art of genocide. White hole divided. That's going to be important at some point. Today I ventured above ground to see for myself what has become of the island. I hoped it wouldn't be as bad as the moiety had reported. It was worse. Having lived with it for so long, the Rivenese had become inured to the steady decay around them. But I was devastated. As we wound our way through the underbrush, I found myself once again breathing in my youth, the ocean air transporting me back in a matter of seconds. But as my eyes again took hold, the warmth of those memories vanished, and I was left with nothing but numbness. We had reached a bluff that had not been there the last time I visited my home. Excuse you? Shit, might be making a new bluff. Riven, which was once an island, has split into 5 distinct pieces that have since drifted apart at an astonishing rate. 4 of these have been claimed by Gain as his exclusive domain. Only those who have sworn their loyalty to him are ever allowed access. From my vantage point at the edge of the trees, I could see 3 of them, now blighted with Gain's monomaniacal constructions. These islands are closely guarded and pose great personal risk to the moiety, and that hasn't kept them from doing whatever they can to thwart Gain's endeavors there. The boiler, the main, the jungle, and the survey. The 4th island I could not see, as it has crept away to some distance and now lies concealed by fog. The moiety said that Gain originally governed from the small island, living and working in a protected space he built for himself atop the stump that remains where the great tree used to stand. Oh, and then he made it her prison. The only surviving forest is located here, on the largest island, where the village also remains. The island was ostensibly intended to be the province of the people, but it too has been irrevocably marred by Gain's oppressive intrusions. There we go. Words fall, brittle brown leaves, masquerading as green, would never have held, lives both bloomed and as yet unseeded. I feel nothing today. I am an outcast among outcasts, the diaspora of a dying world. Despite my repeated protestations, the moiety continue to treat me differently, their desperate need precluding any dissuasion from the belief that I am some sort of messiah come to save them. They misconstrue my every move as a validation of their faith, whispering of how I walked the island, bold and unafraid, mistaking my outrage at the island's devastation for bravery. But I am afraid. For I know something that the Moiety do not. Underlying reason for the island's accelerated decay. Gain wrote this world, though it will fail, as all of Gain's ages ultimately fail. I must make the moiety understand this, but I cannot talk to a T. There were brief moments, soon after my arrival, when my divine status was forgotten and I was simply Katrin. Oh, that's cute. I'm simply Katrin again. They are almost non-existent now. There is one person, however, who seems immune to these fallacious notions. Nayla. Her gaze has never faltered whenever I've dared hint at the uncomfortable truth I feel I could trust her to bear the full brunt of. Gain is making books. How did I not know this until now? Beatrice and I knew he would likely attempt it, as he has adopted the paranoid practice of writing all of the necessary materials into his ages. He's been exploiting the natural resources and the people of Riven as fodder for his mad pursuit of further his colonialist ideals. Thankfully, it sounds as if he has not yet succeeded. As painful as it's been, the fact that I've returned to Riven at this crucial juncture is fortuitous. The age is crumbling. My people are suffering, and if Gain succeeds in securing his freedom, other worlds will suffer the same. The moiety are looking to me. May only be mortal, but I have to do something. Okay, well, I think that's the steam pipe. I think I already did this. So the particular circle right there might be an indication of something? Maybe. We'll go check it out later. It's been a long time since my last entry. There's much to tell. It was hard to recognize, but I found the Star Fissure. It was located on what Gain refers to as his Temple Island, though the moiety prefer to use the Rivenese word Alapo, which means water pool. They have thus taken to referring to the void itself as Alatuvan. Alatuvan? Alatuan, the pool of stars. It is the very fissure that allowed Atris and me to escape this age without leaving a Lincoln book behind us, though it has since been sealed with a skin of heavy iron. Several derelict devices from that time remain mounted to its surface, including a hatch with a window viewport, a large telescope, and the mechanical lift that was used to install it, a combination to which was acquired by the moiety long ago. Oh, we need that part. But I don't think we should go punch it in yet. I think we need Catherine first. In the early days, the moiety briefly considered reopening the fissure. Thankfully, they decided against it. Had they attempted it back then, the results might well have been catastrophic. Okay, so we're not gonna open it yet. Were they to do so today, it would certainly mean the end of Riven. Okay, so definitely don't do it yet. I am told that in the days immediately following Gain's confinement on Riven, he attempted to determine the feasibility of navigating the stars beneath the fissure, where he had seen the mist book fall from Atris's hands into that very same space. Interesting. To this end, he sacrificed several poor souls, alleged transgressors of the law, by throwing them into the hatch so he could observe their fate. It is said that they did not die, but what becomes of them remains a mystery. And that original fissure is no longer alone. New ruptures have appeared in recent years at various locations around the islands. In some instances, the moiety were able to glimpse the breaches before Gain and his minions moved in to contain them. Their descriptions support my suspicions that the forces that are tearing Riven apart are more than merely geological. More troubling, however, is that Gain is not simply containing these rifts, but is somehow using them to travel between the islands, and that he has also reportedly devised a way to harvest the energies from the expanse for some as yet unknown purpose. How like him. Wantonly exploit, for his own selfish gain, that which he does not understand. The starfield beneath the fissure is not as it seems. It is a gentle space, as hospitable to life as a flowing river. That is how H has described his brief time within the expanse before he linked out, leaving his mist book adrift within it. He was never able to conclude upon its nature, but I cannot help but feel that there must be some greater pneuma behind it. Alright, taking a quick bite. Something I should have mentioned earlier. One of the colossal blades that appeared in the course of our escape from Riven, the great dagger that stands at one end of the fissure, has been adopted by the moiety as the emblem of their struggle. They have their own explanation as how it came to be, of course, but their choice is more apt than they know, as that dagger, along with the other blades, was a manifestation of my rage at the desecration that Gain had already wrought upon my world. I haven't told the moiety that I wrote it into this age, as I fear that would only fuel their overestimation of me, but I cannot deny that it pleases me to have inadvertently provided them with such a fitting symbol for their cause. My limited encounters with Gain's followers have been discouraging. Whenever I have attempted to engage them, they have fled from me. I heard an interesting tale from the moiety last night, which may help to explain this. Soon after we trapped Gain on Riven, he claimed it was he who had been responsible for the Great Blades summoning. For the Great Blades, summoning them as a preemptive, punitive reminder of the obedience he expected. In the village circles, it is told that this act marked the beginning of a period of restitution, at the end of which, provided they had proven their devotion to him, they would be delivered unto a new, better existence. I will continue my attempts to intervene on their behalf. Uh-oh. The cage has finally failed. Gain is free. My sources have confirmed that Gain has managed to create a functional linking book. In fact, he had done so before my arrival, but kept this accomplishment so well hidden that only his closest acolytes were aware of it. In keeping with his callous regard for the worlds he creates, he has simply named this age 233. Oh, okay. It is not yet known whether he has written others. I have also just learned that years ago, a moiety scout managed to steal a book that was an early failure that Gain had intended to destroy. It was largely complete, but did not work. I wasn't told about it until now because they thought it was useless. Gain struggled for decades, but he could never get a conventional linking book to work. Then one day... What? No, not that one. Then one day, he began construction of a cumbersome mechanical solution. Complex array of devices designed to harness the energies of the starry expanse and use them to suppress his book's inherent flaws. The design phase was chaotic. Much like this fucking rumbling! and often dangerous. I feel like it's happening a lot. That's concerning. The moiety tell of tremendous explosions, as Gain sought to contain and wield forces that he knew little to nothing about. But he is nothing if not determined. And eventually, he was able to use this enormous crutch to link to another age. I cannot deny his brilliance, but it is an abominable solution, brutish and overwrought, and all but entirely unnecessary. I have studied the partially burned book that the moiety took from him. Although he sought retribution for the affront, he appears to have been otherwise untroubled by the theft, no doubt assuming the book would be useless in the moiety's hands. But I can see what they could not. May yet be salvageable. The age the book describes is wholly unsuitable as a home for the moiety, but I think it can be modified. I will dream. Oh, and that's how we got A. I've nearly finished writing the moiety's age. The world, as described, is harsher and more desolate than they are used to, but they should be able to sustain themselves there. We'll need a second book. Gain has been spending most of his time on 233 lately, so the danger is less. Getting into his lab will still be difficult. Really, it was pretty easy for me. I just kind of walked. I just kind of walked in and started messing with everything. The coming collapse weighs the air, blurring my vision, both day and night. We must act soon. Success. We have secured a second book, though I worry now that Gain will miss it and deduce our plans before we're ready. The descriptive book I prepared as a refuge for the rebels is useless unless I can find a way to correct its inherent flaws. Gain's massive machine mainly functions to manipulate the energies within the expanse. It serves its purpose, but its excess seems unwarranted. The Rivenese have long used crystalline substrates as an elegant means to manipulate light. Just find the right material. Last night's dreams have delivered me a perilous plan. I'll write the substance into the new moiety age. I wonder if that's the crystal lens that we use in our magnifying glass we needed to enter Tay. If we could temporarily access Gain's apparatus, we could use our book to link this new age and search for the crystal. Someone would then have to carry the book back to safety once the link was made. If it fell into Gain's hands, all would be lost. When Gain links to 233, one of his acolytes always remains to shut down the device. We'll have to get to him before he can do so, which means we'll only have one chance before they're alerted to our presence. Everything is ready. I've written the material into the new age, and I prepared the second link book as a return path to Riven. Of course, it too suffers the same deficiencies as Gain's books, so it won't work unless it's augmented. Once I'm in the new age, we'll have to locate the crystal and adapt it to heal the gateway image, which should render the book functional. I could then use the second linking book to return to Riven with more of this material. It's risky, but if all goes well, the moiety, and any others we can convince to join them, will finally have an escape. I can't help but laugh at the absurdity of this plan. I sound like Atris. Should I fail to return, it will likely mean the end of my life. But my only real fear is for my people. Everyone assures me they have complete faith that I will accomplish my task and lead them to a better world. That's the fulfillment of the prophecy, after all. But underneath, they are just as tense and fearful as I am. What will become of them if I do not return? Will they perish here on Riven? Or attempt to follow me through this new book to an unknown fate? I don't know what to tell them. Against all odds, it is done. We have already evacuated most of our members to this new age, what the moiety have named K. The world is more beautiful than I'd anticipated, so I'm pleased. The Rivenese have been liberated at last. They stand beneath the open sky, unafraid, dazzled by their freedom. They are happy. But there is still much to be done. The age is still vulnerable. The only way to completely protect it from gain is to destroy the books once everyone is safely in Tay. I'm hesitant to bring this up with the moiety until they've had a chance to acclimate themselves to the new world, as it would mean they'd be forever exiled from the only home they've ever known. Nor am I eager to sever my own connection, my only path back to my life and family on Mist. But for the greater good, it must be done. For the moment, we're safe, but our activities could arouse Gain's suspicions at any moment. We cannot delay. I'll return to Riven tomorrow to resume my attempts to persuade the remaining holdouts to join the others in Tay. For now, though, I must rest. Okay. So if we go all the way back to beginning, we have Catherine's note explaining the plan such as it is. Okay, so we have parts, right? We have to reach 233, which is probably, oh, okay, that is probably the book that is kept within the Golden Dome, but is not immediately activatable. So we'll need to successfully start that back up so that we can get to 233 and get the code to release Catherine from the prison island. We have the code to activate the machine over the first fissure. But we're not going to want to do that because that will end Riven. Let me grab my notebook really quickly. Where did I leave it? Where did I put it? Hang on. No. Got it. Okay, so. I got a pen. I gotta plug in my tablet real quickly. There we go. Alright, we're good. So. What is our list of objectives here? We have to just punched a hole right through that page. That's weird. Go to 233. Get code. And free Catherine. we don't want to use the linking book because that will, if we do it before we release Catherine, it's going to throw everything out of order, right? Once he is out of the way, don't attempt it before being released, before Catherine is free, right? So we don't want to use the linking book, either because that is the prison that will trap Gain, or it is how we signal Atris. In either case, will be very, very bad. We have the code for the fissure, which is written in moiety script rather than numerical script, so we're going to have to reverse engineer it. But we can do that because we have we have both counting systems. But we know from Catherine's writings that attempting to use it will trigger the end of Riven. So we don't want to do that until everyone is free and in the clear. And we know how to get back into the Moieties caves now, but I don't think there's anything that we're going to get from talking to them. Though, I'm kind of curious if there's more of Tay that we can discover. Okay, so yeah, the outermost right here. And you. And you. I believe this just goes out to... Oh no, this is it. They're gonna go back and they're just like, why are you fucking here? Stop, leave. Okay, yeah. Well, it's just the book back. Okay. So, we have... Okay, so we have a couple of things to investigate, right? We have the book on the main island, the pool island. We have the underwater puzzle on Survey Island. Right? We have that one in the basement. Kind of want to go check that out first. Because we saw it at one point. And we pissed off the whale. But that was kind of as far as we got. It'd be nice to have some understanding of why that's there. See if it ties into this in some way. You know, you'd think it would have they could have just put stairs on both sides, but I don't know. Gain loves his overly complicated systems, I suppose. It makes him seem very smart. This technology is so horribly impractical, but it's also so cool. Alright, get in the tune. Sorry, I'm just falling off the screen over here. There we go. Button. Basically just craft an entire world to his own needs. You wind up with Riven. Just put a walkway, guys. Practical? I suppose it's really not. I was watching a video yesterday, speaking of not practical. Apparently Apple has just given up on Apple Intelligence. They're just going to pay Google to use Gemini. Which is interesting because the video was pointing out that the deal is Apple will pay Google $1 billion a year to use Gemini. But Google is already paying Apple $18 billion a year to have Google be the primary search engine on Apple devices. So if anything, effectively Google is just kind of getting a discount in exchange for allowing the use of Gemini, which is like, this whole thing is stupid. It's extremely business. It is max business energy. Okay, so where are we looking at here? So this is from the lab. That's the prison. That's Catherine's prison. She's still there. Apple does not want to be responsible for all the hallucinations. Well, and that was kind of, and obviously this is business jargon, right? This is them trying to spin it in a positive way. But part of what they were saying was, yeah, we can't get this to work at a level of quality that we are happy with. Like, the technology is not there to be up to, quote, Apple standards. I don't get yet what some of these are about. I don't know what it is trying to point us towards. Oh, I can turn it. I mean, that's cool. What am I looking for? That one's locked in place. That one's locked in place. Okay, this is the one right by the podium. Interesting. So someone has been down here. Using it. But since they all seem to turn together, it's not necessarily because they were actively watching me. Could have been observing other things and it's just turning all the cameras in sync. Weird. Okay. Well, and wait, go back. Oh no, I think that's just the guard, right? Yeah. The hell? Yeah, so I guess it's one surveillance unit for each island. Makes sense, but I don't know that it's actively pointing at anything for us to know about. Or anything that's going to be particularly helpful. I don't get this thing. No, stop. There we go. Right, so that's us. That's the totem. That's a broken totem. That's down. What happens if we turn this on? Do we see anything out there? No. Okay, let's try doing this. Alright, so I want to turn that on. We're going to raise that back up. That stays on. Then we can call this down. Does anything change here? Not visibly. I know we have the one broken one that's like just, you can see the tip of it. Almost covered by the wall. Okay, so that doesn't seem to change anything. Only light that has had any meaningful reaction is when we turn this one on. It summons the wark. Yeah, sorry buddy, I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah, so that one's dead. That doesn't do anything. That one was the green one, this one's yellow. And then this one is orange. I don't think there was anything in Catherine's notes about this. Diagrams. Brown masquerading as green. Should never have held lives both bloom and unseeded. Okay, so there's one other poem, right? Tiny blade cuts a void, the white hole divided, again, dipped in black, the nib drips red, the art of genocide. Okay. So that doesn't quite work for us, right? Well, so if the white is blue, so white or blue, black could be the broken one, red, orange to green. Oh, yellow could be white, but then we don't have blue. Yeah, so there are 6 colors. So what would the order of that be? Let me write this out. So we have white, which would probably be the yellow, and then black, which is maybe the blue, and then red. And then in the next poem, we have brown and green. So we can try turning those on in order and see if that does something. So I believe this one is white. And then black would probably be the blue one, right? And then we would need red. But that's gonna bring the bark in before we're done. Oh, he's pissed. Oh, he's mad. He's mad. He's mad. He's mad. He's mad. I'm sorry. And then brown, I believe, is this one. Nope, shit. It was that one. And then green is you. No, it's this one. Well, so we screwed the combination up, but I don't think this is the right trick anyway. I think if we were to try and do that, summoning the Wark in the middle doesn't feel correct. So I don't think we have the answer for this yet. I suspect it's probably waiting for us on 233. Right? This is some sort of device that game uses to survey Riven from a stupidly obscure location, right? Let's see. Okay, so there's no passageway back to the main island from here. The fastest way, I think, is going to actually be taking the Void Sea. And the only other indication we have of what this might be, right, is we've got these totems. We've got this boat. We have not yet figured out if this serves any purpose. We've got orange, yellow, green, and I think the last one is blue. Which is very interesting because it kind of says to me that the colors of these are not quite lining up with what we see underwater. What was that? Well, it kind of is, except for the red one is missing. And then there's also a sixth totem, or a sixth option underwater. Okay, actually, yeah, that does make sense, right? So we've got orange, yellow, green, blue, the missing one, and then red is pointing back at the viewport. So red is not included in this number, and then we're just missing a unit. Oh shit! Wait, is the Wark down there? I thought I saw something. I think it was just a reflection, but it looked like the Wark. How does he get in here? Hello? If I tap the water, is he gonna come bite my head off? I think we're gonna need a bigger boat. Interesting. Get it? No, I missed it. There. I hear him down there. Oh shit! Okay, yeah, he's definitely there. Hey, big guy. I hope you're not too upset about throwing the red light at you all the time. It's nothing personal. I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm sorry. Okay. It is definitely an important question. There's definitely a puzzle that we are going to need to come back and figure out. But just kind of looking at it, with the information that we have available, I don't know what it's trying to say. Nope, shit, that was the wrong button. Alright. Then... oh, I really need to write these down. Okay. Let me add this to my little map. The survey is a circle, the horizontal line. I believe, if memory serves, the main island is the dot. Where is that? There you are. If not, we will find out. Yes. For a second, I just see an empty void. I'm like, where the fuck is it? I forgot to turn it over. There we go. Yeah, it's surprisingly peaceful here. You would think wandering through the endless void of space would be more terrifying, but it's kind of relaxing. Alright, please tell me I got the right one. Huh. Alright, make a note of that. Okay, now we need to... so I think what we're going to want to do is go over to the dome. And sort of figure out what is going on there. I'm assuming that's the wrong door. I'm assuming that the next stage that we need to see to is gaining access to 233. I feel like there is going to be information there, both for getting Catherine out and for figuring out whatever that underwater puzzle is, though I'm not 100% sure what it is about the basement puzzle that we really need to solve. Like, what is located in that is going to be necessary to ending this, right? Yeah, so now we have the code for this. We can input it whenever we wish. We should not do it, because doing so will basically rip open the age. And end everything. Okay, so yeah, I believe this is the book to 233. We have all of the cartridges loaded. So then the question is how to activate it. What is the drawbridge about? I wonder if they're somehow related. Let's go check by the temple and see if Gain wants to do any jump scares. Nope. No jump scares today. Let's see. No, it doesn't look like any particular configuration or arrangement or any such thing. While I'm here though, I'm gonna stop and grab this info. Okay, so Jungle Island is the circle with the eye in it. Slitted eye. Survey Island is gonna be horizontal. Boiler Island is vertical. Means the prison island, I believe, is the vertical dot eye. Yes. Okay, cool. So I don't see any sort of I think there might be another level that we need to access. Oh. Chat, you know? I think this whole thing might move somehow. I wonder if this moves. But how would we compel it to do that? What control mechanism would allow us to move the entire dome? I wonder if the drawbridge would have anything to do with it. Yeah, so see, now that's raised. for some reason. See, there's this catwalk up here, like this grating, and there's a gauge over there that looks like the one that we see in the lab. So I'm guessing there's no controls for anything down here because the energy is going to get siphoned out of the capsules into the book. Oh wait. Oh shit. Ruh-roh. Okay, so I can walk to either end. Doesn't seem to be an actual thing to do here, right? Oh no. Oh dear. Okay, well, don't do that yet. I take screenshot this. That. Okay. So the lab, oh god, but the fucking color coordination? Like, where are the colors coming from? Wait, no, they're not the same colors as the underwater. It's not that. Let's see. Okay, so if we go back to our numbering system, right? Okay, so we're gonna write this out. So the vertical line is 16. And then the horizontal eye is 7. The dot is, well, that doesn't help me. 5. The vertical eye is, hey, Panda, hope you're having a good week and welcome in. 12. And the horizontal line is 3. Let's see. Okay, so we have that. But how do we know which orb corresponds to which color or which source. Did not see it come in. We go back down. The reflections are really pretty. Let's see. I don't think it was in Catherine's journal, was it? Because the colors in the poetry do not align with these at all. That's the code for the end. Confinement, suspicion of forces, one of the colossal blades. Two, 3, 3, intending to destroy. Partially burned book. No, that's some rough ideas for Tay. Book. It's a freaking spectrograph. Actually, game. Use our book to link to his new age and search for the crystal. Someone would then have to carry the book back to safety once the link was made. If it fell into Gain's hands, all would be lost. When Gain links to 233, one of his acolytes always remains to shut down the device. We'll have to get to him before he can do so. Machines only have one chance before they're alerted to our presence. I feel like no, the colors don't line up with the pool either. We're missing something here. We're missing a piece of information to make this make more sense. And there's this dumb fucking drawbridge which I still don't understand. Okay. Because this will power the book and this will empower the book and get us access to 233, but we need to figure out where the orbs need to go. It is not... Okay, so that's interesting. There are 5 orbs and there are 5 inputs for Survey Island to get down to the sub-basement. So it wouldn't surprise me if the grid placement is the same. But then the question is, where do each of them, or not where do each of them need to go? Because I think this is explaining which number. Well, does it? No, because if it did, one of them should be 1, which it is not. It should be 1, 4, 5, 17, and 22. And it is not those numbers. It is 16, 7, 5, 12, and 3. Which, even if I flip it on its side, yeah, there's no configuration where that makes sense. So yeah, I don't think it's the same arrangement as Survey Island. I think it's its own configuration, which is fine. We need to understand which orb is which color. And I don't know if he ever included that in his own notes. Hmm. Hmm. Unless it's that. Here, fuck it. We're gonna save. Unless it's already told to us right here. We just need to align them to that grid. Or that order. Right? So, by that logic, red should go number 3. No. Yes, red would go in number 3. Orange would go in number 5. Green would go in number 7. Blue would be number 12. And purple would be in number 16. Alright, hold on to your butts. See if that did anything. I don't think that worked. I think if it had worked, we would see something happen. Alright. Let's pull that back up. Can I? Oh! Oh, I can move these. Oh, interesting. But I can only keep them... I can't move them past each other. So... that's 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So then blue would have to be at 12. Green would be at 7. Yellow would be at 5. And red would be at 3. And I'm hoping this is base 0 and not base 1. So we're still missing something. We're still missing something. And I think at this point my best bet is to go back to the lab and see if we can figure it out. Oh, what's gonna be a fast way back to the lab? If only someone hadn't blown up the fucking bridge. Who could have done that? Who could have caused such devastation? Yeah, let's put the drawbridge back down. I still don't know why that's a thing. I don't know why that's an option. I think using the pool, using the star expanse is probably fastest, but we'll go the old-fashioned way. I'm kind of curious what about games designs of ages causes them to inherently be unstable. Because Catherine was writing how all of them are doomed to the same fate. They have the same inherent flaw, which means they are going to collapse given enough time. Also, why is it? Oh, wait. Is that the survey device? Is that the camera? No wonder I can't reach. It's not a viewfinder. It is for looking, but not by me. There you are. I want to go back to Games Lab and see if we can find a weird smudge there. I wonder what that's about. I hope it's not a fissure forming. God, could you imagine if this game was actually on a timer? Like if you took too long, Riven actually just falls apart. See, so we got that already. We're done with that little puzzle. We'll wander on over here. Take the lab in. Nothing comes to mind as far as like clear indications of the color for each island. I'm not sure that's even the question, right? Also, there's the burned book. I'm not sure what we're meant to do with that. I feel like it's too inconspicuous. Like it's there. It has enough intention put upon it that it feels like something that we have to figure out how to use that. Also the fact that we can turn the wood chipper on. Like, sure, those things could just be world building. They could just be there for flavor and believability and a little bit of like environmental storytelling, but they feel specific. And see, I'm pretty sure now we've taken the pressure away from the wood chipper. I don't think it's gonna work anymore. Do you think Riven used to have more trees, but Game just like consumed the entire... Yeah, see, it's dead now. Just like consumed the entire forest in the process of making books? Or trying to? Because this is a very barren island. And the way Catherine spoke about it made it seem like it was more lush at one point. I don't think we need the boiler anymore because I believe that's just to get up to the upper level. I believe we've solved this particular problem. Bit of a weird one, but... Right, so yeah, let's go check Gaines' lab. See if there's any indications on how to actually use the book powering device. Little press. Oh, it's for making the books. It presses it together and then you bind. Oh, that's cute. That. Fire mobiles. Greater strike does not always yield the maximum energy output. Base value. Yeah, okay. Strike force compensation. So we have the values for each one. But then the question is, what is the color associated with each marble? Oh, hang on. Alright, let's go back to the start. We're gonna look through all the diagrams. Make sure we don't miss anything, right? Very clear how to place a special significance. Yeah, I love the number 5. 5 is a good number. I do like 5. Remarkable properties of water to be caused by a microbe that resides within it. Yep. Construction of the images has proceeded without fault. Remarkable how easy it was to adapt to the Dini technology to mimic that of the Ahmad. The two cultures must surely have crossed paths at some point in history. It may even be that Keita was a direct descendant of the Dini. How else to explain the redemptive depth of our connection? That's all pointless now. What is this a diagram of? Let's see. Maintenance on the steam vent caps completed. I am extremely pleased with the continued success of the system. Another example of the superiority. Oh my god, shut up, game. Wrong that Atris and Catherine's meddling unwillingly provided me with such a convenient source of power. Okay. Better that the linking book be destroyed than the risk of falling into unknown hands. Had they foreseen the creation of the fissure, they surely would have sought another solution, as the ensuing cataclysm may well have consumed the entire world had I not managed to intervene. Catherine would never have knowingly taken such a risk because it's her home. And surely my son, given his own dearth of vertebrae, had only meant for Riven to become my prison and not my tomb. Regular observations of the expanse beneath the fissure. Instrumentation, there is nothing more I can learn. The theory, however, remains unaltered. The fabric of this age was breached in a way that permits matter to be hospitably exchanged between two discrete yet overlapping spaces. Yet the attendant paradoxes defy the laws of conventional physics. The great column of wind that formed when the rift first appeared suggests a vacuum as one might expect in space. Yet my early experiments seem to confirm the presence of breathable atmosphere. That Atreus momentarily threw himself into the void is further evidence that might possibly be able to venture into, but without knowing its true nature, I simply cannot take the risk. Via a nexus of pathways within the expanse, yeah. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So he's assigned each of the islands one of the markers that we see on the survey. I wonder if that has something that we can use. The problem of how to return to Riven has been settled. Reckon has proven his usefulness over the years, and at times nearly rivaling my own engineering prowess. He and his team will have the honor of being the first to link to New Age, bringing with them the necessary materials to build a vastly simplified version of the book apparatus, which I have personally designed. If they do not return within a reasonable amount of time, I shall revise the design, and send additional men until they get it right. If they founder, however, I am prepared to sacrifice every last man on Riven to continue the effort. This cannot fail. Reliable loop has been established. Okay, but a horizontal, so that's 9. 9, 8, 1? No. No, because it doesn't have... Oh, it doesn't have the bracketing on the sides. That would be... No, it's not 3. What is that? How does that counting work? Because that's not on the side either, so like that would be a 9. And then that should be an 8. 98. Well, maybe that's just... Maybe it's not 233. Maybe he got to 98 first, and... Then we have this, which I'm guessing is located in this other place. Though it is but a stepping stone, 98 is an utter triumph. To think that I have accomplished in a matter of years, under extremely adverse conditions, what it took my Denis ancestors centuries to achieve. What is this symbol? What is that diagram depicting, I wonder? That's some kind of weird radar dish. But yeah, I'm assuming this is located on 98. I don't see a way that that writes out to 233. Wait, we have to go back to the lab. We have to go back to the underwater lab. Where are we gonna go? How do we get there? Which way do we go, George? I might have thought of it. Or at least part of it? Maybe. It's going to be really interesting. So there are 6 markers. But there are only 5 stones. So something is a falsity. We're gonna need to figure out what it is. Please remain seated until the vehicle comes to a complete stop. So question number 1, I want to go up to the survey top and double check that there's no color indication aligned with any of this, right? I don't believe there is, but you never know. So we already solved this. There's no implication, right? So we have Prison Island, Boiler Island, Survey Island, and Jungle Island. Jungle Island being the biggest one. But no color indication anywhere on this particular grid. Pretty way to depict it, though. Okay. Got the warg swimming around. We'll go down here. Funny because the pool is that way. This seems like it's the open ocean. I don't know how. Oh no. Okay, I guess this is the pool. I guess it's just very deep. Okay. This was my question. Can I enter it? Why is it broken? Okay. Okay, we might have something here. So, This one is blue. Green. Yellow. Wait. Well, that one's green? Huh, okay, yeah. Orange. And then Jungle Island be the red one. Vertical is broken, so that should be, we can assume that would be purple. By this logic, the vertical one is purple. I'm gonna piss off the mark. I cannot say it right now. Oh. Okay, buddy, I'll leave you alone. I'm sorry. I just wanted to see what would happen. I'm gonna do it one more time. Alright, it's over. He's not coming back. Okay, so interesting situation, right? We have, actually, let's bring it back down one more time, because we have 6 symbols, right? One of them does not correspond to an island. This one oh wait, yeah, so this one is not yellow, it's red. Right, this one is the falsehood. There's no orb associated with the horizontal dot. There's the vertical dot, which is the prison island. That one's blue. The vertical line, we can assume to be purple, but it's broken. The vertical slit eye is red. That is the jungle. Horizontal line is orange. That is the survey island. And then the pool island is green. Okay, so we have that, right? Okay, and then this diagram is sort of showing how all of the pipes come in from their corresponding islands. I don't think that actually ties into the visible connection, or like ties into order in any way. So Okay, so I think we have the correct... Okay, let's go back. Because I think what this sort of affords us is a confirmation of the colors and how they associate with the different islands. Which is not nothing, but it's not the complete picture, right? We still need to know the arrangement of the orbs in the 5x5 grid. I don't think it's the same thing as up here. I don't think it's the same because... Oh, wait. Maybe it is, because you see how there's one orb for each piece? Right? There's the top left. Like, each one only gets a single orb assigned to it. Okay. This might actually be the correct arrangement. And then we would need to put the correct ones in the correct positions based on the colors associated with the island. Hey, I'm sorry, buddy. I was just seeing how things would go. I didn't mean to upset you, okay? If I find a nice fish, I'll come feed it to you, okay? You just hang in there. I'm assuming orcs eat fish. It'd be kind of weird for a sea creature to not eat fish. It's not a lot else to work with. I suppose there's like kelp, krill. Do krill count as fish? I mean, they're just like tiny fish to me, but I'm sure to other sea creatures they might feel very particular. Oh wait, this is gonna take us back to the lab. Okay, let's just go this way. This is fine. Really wish we had that bridge still. It's gonna involve some jumping, but it's fine. Oh, visual glitch. I saw a drawbridge over there. I think there might be a drawbridge that's just like perpetually on, even though you've destroyed it. Or, oh no, it might be the stairs. Yeah, I think it's the stairs. Okay, I think we've about cracked it, chat. I think we just about understand. I really wish I could, like, take this orb and do something with it. Or take this one and do something with it. As far as I can tell, these are kind of just here for flair. So I'll show you the process of how the fire marbles are made, but I don't see an actual functionality. Yeah, it does feel odd that they're just there. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember what parts were in the original game and what parts have been added in the remake. It does feel like, you know, with a fully 3D realized world, they can add more stuff in just for visual flair because they don't need to do like the pre-rendered images and videos that the original game had to run off of. I don't think they've added a ton to the game, but they have the theoretical option at least. Right. See, I feel like if we were able to take that fire marble, we might be able to, what's the word? Use it on the book that's sitting in the furnace and activate it. But I can't take the marble and I can't take the book. So they're just kind of like two disparate objects. Okay. And go back down here. Our fella's still down at the beach. Yeah. Yeah, they're just chilling. Good fellas. You know, I feel like if we just go to 233, it seems like a trap to me. I feel like we're just gonna wind up in a prison cell. Again. Someone stop closing the store? I need to be about my business, don't you know? Alright. Already here. I want to overwrite my previous save. There we go. Alright. So I think we have the information necessary to solve this now. I believe that is correct. I believe our gauge values are correct. The trick is that we need to put these in the right places. So, Boiler Island is purple. That needs to go there you are. Okay. And then... Okay, so... Boiler Island is in the top left. Hang on 1 second. I'm taking screenshots of my screenshots. I'm gonna paste them into a PureF so I don't have to keep looking at this over and over again. There we go. Okay, so Boiler Island is purple, and that needs to go here. Pool Island is green, and that's going to go in slot 4. Prison Island is blue. That needs to go right here. Jungle Island is red. Goes right there. And that just leaves yellow or orange as Survey Island, which is at the bottom. That do what? Howdy, Lucid. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good Saturday. We are trying to figure out how to get this book powered up. Maybe the values are wrong? Okay, no worries. Hope work has been good. Be safe getting back. Appreciate you popping in to say hi. Okay, so if that's a... We might... I've been assuming that this is base 0. Maybe I just need to nudge everything one to the side. Try that. What do I have wrong here? Are my values wrong? $16, right? Yes. Yeah, so that would be 16. That would be 7. Yeah. Oh, wait. Right, so the problem might be... See, I can't move them around each other, though. So how would I get red to be a higher value than green? Let me screenshot this hard. Right, because green wants to be 5. Which theoretically would mean orange and red need to be less than that. I can't slide it past the values. Wait. Okay, so some of them dashes, and some of them are pluses. So if we understand this to be plus 16, then red would need to be minus 7, which is 9. No, this doesn't make sense. That'll be 9. And then green would be plus 1, which would be 10. Orange would be plus 12, which would be 22. So that doesn't make sense either. Right? Force compensation. Minus 12 plus 4. 16. Okay, yeah, so that would be 16. That should be like, that wants to be 7 by my best estimate, but it doesn't make sense. Because that's a greater value than green or orange, which is not possible. So how are you supposed to function here? I just noticed the screw heads are 5 points. That's a wonderful little detail. That's very good. Okay, well, so if we understand this to be 3, and then this is 5, that would be 7. So then you want to be 12, and that would be 16, which is not the right numbering, but it's the only way that I can get it to work, right? That's not going to do anything. I already know that's not it. Because if it were, I think we tried that already. It would have activated it. What am I missing here? Let's see. We got the color associations. Figured out which orb points at which island. We have a code. Though there's a I'm wondering if the pluses and minus are some important element to it. Like if there's some, given that, you know, the plus, like a vertical line is a 1 and a horizontal line is a 5. I'm wondering if there's some secondary code here that I'm overlooking, or some element that I need to take into consideration, right? Well, let's consider that, right? So we have 6, or we have 16. Plus 6 would be 22. Just go ahead and send that and see what that looks like. Right, and then red would be 1 and 7, so that would be 8. Green would be 6 and 5, which would be 11. Okay. Blue would be 6 and 12, so that's 18. And then 1 and 3 be 4. So orange still doesn't work with this. Okay, so it's not that. One, 4, 5. Yeah, see, the arrangement of this doesn't make sense either. If we were to try and go with that, like, none of this puts it in the correct sequence, right? Purple, red, green, blue, orange. Green. So Francis. And then green would be plus 5, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Orange would be plus 3. Purple would be 16. And blue would be 12. 5, 10, 11, 12. So that's where green would want to be. It's not making sense yet. -7 would put that at 9, plus 5 would put them 12. Plus 22, or plus 12, would then put it way over, so blue would be out of position then. And then orange would be trying to jump a bunch as well. That was the wrong thing. Yeah, 16, 7, 5, 22, 3. The numbers are correct. The question becomes, what are we supposed to do with that? And then what are the pluses and minuses indicating, you think? Unless it's from the center value? No, that couldn't be right. Well, no, because I don't think... Yeah, see, there isn't a unit at the middle. So I don't think it's that. Yeah, purple would want to be positive 16. If we go... One, 6. No, I feel like this has to start at 0, right? It doesn't make sense to have the value start at 1. Come on, Kaigi, you can figure this out. You've got a brain cell, you can use it. 16. And then red would want to be higher. Doesn't... Okay, so I feel like the only way that this makes... Well, no, it doesn't make sense, because even if that were true, the blue value is somehow jumping above the purple value. So that doesn't make sense. That doesn't work. How do we get it to work? Or not 22, it's 12. Or no. Okay, so it does somewhat align. The problem of sorts. Right, so if this one is 16, 5, 10, that'll be 16. It would be 12. And then orange would be sitting on 3, green is sitting on 5, red right, there's nothing on here to delineate a 0 value, right? So we're not going to have any negatives. So I don't think it's that. And nothing in his notes described the exact numerical values for any of this. So close, but so very far. Stupid bridge. I mean, the thing that gets us closest is the numbers that he wrote down on that little card. But they don't make sense. And I think even if we did align it to the numbers that are available, it doesn't make sense. Or it doesn't work. Right? So you would be 7, you would be 5, and you would be 3. We tried this already. And I can try sliding it down one more time, but I don't think that's gonna help either. Chat, do you guys see anything? Anything in the numbers that we're messing with? I mean, I think the positioning is correct. Zoom back on my pure really quickly, make sure we didn't screw something up here. Yeah, so the lab is purple. Should be in the top left. The Lake Island is green. It should be number 3. The Prison Island is blue. It should be number 5. Jungle Island is red. Survey Island is orange. But then the numbers don't line up with what is possible on this gauge. We're missing something. There's some little tidbit of information that's gonna cause us to lock in. Let's see. I wish I could have taken Gaines' notebook with us too. Though he didn't write anything about the specific numerical values of orbs in there. The gauges in the star field are referring to the gates themselves don't have a numerical value assigned to them. So it's not that. Excuse me. So he believes there is a base value, but then he scribbles it out. Oh. I want to zoom in on this. So he scribbles it out. Okay, so that's what this is we have to take the base value and then add or subtract these values from that. Okay. The question is, what is the base value? Is it 5? It can't be 5 because that would put red into a negative value. So it has to be more than that. It has to be at least a value of 7. It has to be at least a value of 7 so that red can be at 0. Where'd that note go? I wish I could zoom in and get a closer look at this. Instead, I don't know that there's like... math. Oh no. Wait. It's not the value from my own pearl, is it? Oh shit. It might be. Okay, so if our base value is 9, let's give that a try. Okay, so base value 9. Red would be positive 16, so that would be 25. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, all the way up. Red would be a value of negative 2, so it's good where it is. Green would be a value of positive 5, so that would be 14. Blue would be a value of positive 12. And no, wait, did I do that wrong? Yeah. Green would be positive 5, and then orange is minus 3, so that would be 6. Chat, we're gaming. We're big brain. And we're in a prison. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew this was gonna happen. Hello, Gain.
I apologize for the cage.
No, you don't.
I'm afraid this situation has often required of me a more primitive code of conduct than I might otherwise have chosen. I am Gen. I assume you've heard of me.
Prodigiously.
Yes. Well, I suspect you have acquired some false information of who I am now. Not that my son would have lied to you about me. No, not Atris. It's just that, well, I'm sure he believes me to still be the depraved father I once was.
Yeah.
Yes. I even tried to kill him once.
I feel like that would establish a
If I
grudge,
had
yes.
accomplished that, who knows what I would have become. Great father indeed, who tries to murder his own son. Thankfully, he trapped me on age 5, a prison of my own creation. No books, no precious inks, no ages to link to, nothing but my own foolish ambitions. That was 30 years ago. 30 years, 30 lifetimes, what does it matter? No sentence could be too harsh for the man I was. But I have changed.
Is that right?
Be sure the deeds of my past can never be completely atoned for, but my mission was an honorable one. I'm sorry, this is all a bit awkward. It's been a long time since I've attempted to persuade anyone of my intentions. Most of the people here have already made their minds up about me one way or another. I myself do not trust the words of most men, so I don't expect you to believe me. In the end, though, you may discover that I do have more than mere words to offer.
Like?
Atris's choice of punishment has been hard on the people of Riven, and many have suffered because of it. The island has been steadily decaying for years, but according to my most recent measurements, it appears that the 5th age has entered its final days.
Yeah, it sort of seems that way.
Unless the villagers can be relocated soon, the island will collapse entirely and everyone will perish. It has taken me a long time to do it, but it appears that finally I'll be able to make some substantial amends to my past transgressions, especially in... well, I'm afraid I've had some
Alright, drive safe, Lucy.
trouble with Catherine.
Yeah, the part where you
And the
imprisoned
boy.
her?
In any society, there will always be a small percentage of the population with rebellious tendencies. Before Catherine appeared, the moiety, as they call themselves, had been relatively harmless. I mean, the natives here are a fairly violent people by nature, but I'd almost come to accept their presence. Upon Catherine's return, however, their violence intensified considerably. It seems she's become some sort of religious savior to them. As far as I can tell, she's come to believe this herself. So I've had no alternative. I had to separate her from her people. The actions of Catherine and the moiety have put my own life at risk, on numerous occasions. Consequently, the lives of all the people here. Therefore, I must ask you to refrain from any attempt to free her. Although I'm sure Atreus desires it. Indeed, he must desire it with all his heart. But he is completely unaware of her recent state. Which brings me to the point of all of this. The linking book you brought with you. You're very fortunate to have recovered it. If I may. Thank you.
Not really given much of a choice there, but go for it. Have fun. Or actually seen anyone leaf through a linking book before. Really taking his time with that. Do it. Is he gonna do it? No.
Perhaps it would be best if you went through first. You may need some time to decide. That is reasonable.
Oh, wait.
Please understand, there is nothing I want more than a chance to resolve matters between Atreus and myself, especially in light of what has become of Catherine. But unless you are willing to demonstrate to me that your intentions are honorable, I cannot risk it. The sanctuary I've been writing for the islanders is nearly complete. After all these years, it would be a shame if I were unable to finish it. The work I am doing is quite demanding. Please don't signal me unless you've decided to use the book.
Interesting. Hang on, can I save? I cannot save. Why can I not save? There's some option to interact here, but I don't know. I don't know if that's going to signal him or if I can get back to. Oh wait. Okay, so we have to assume this is 233, right? Is there a way out of this cage? I'm assuming it's that. Let's see, there's a ladder over there. We can portal back to Riven at any time. We have the option to just leave. See, I worry if I hit this, it's gonna signal him. I don't want to do that yet. But I only see two options. We can either leave. He's at least granted us that courtesy, right? Or we can try to hit the book, which I suspect would call him back. You know, it was a very nice speech. Very, very dignified. The only problem is that none of the things that he said... Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and hit this and see what happens. Kind of weird that we can, like, reach the book from here. God, that is a huge linking book. Very intricately written. Oh, I wonder if we needed the drawbridge to trap the person who's gonna stay behind to handle things? I wonder if I fucked up. Okay, I guess we'll go back, because I don't really see anything else that we can do right now. Oh! We're in his lab. Well, that's interesting. Well, I suppose if someone were at the book, then we wouldn't be able to catch them in the act anyway, right? Okay. Well. So what's really awkward, shall we say, I did not see anything there to indicate the code that we needed to activate Catherine's cage. Did you guys see anything? Let's see, we have this book. But I can't take it with me. I can't bring a power stone down here to engage it. I can step a little bit away before it finishes uncurling the book, but then oh no, that's just the geode. Yeah, there's nothing on it per se. Trying to remember, frankly, what even the code system for Catherine's prison looks like. So if we go down, let's go back to the prison really quickly. I want to try and understand what we're dealing with. God, where's the capture device in here? Here it is. Let's see. For Lake Island, we want vertical line. I missed it. It's gonna be 233 itself. That would be a little too on the nose. No. I almost want to save scum back to the conversation just so we can look around the room again. I feel like if we try and teleport in again, he's gonna get really frustrated with us. We don't want that to happen. Okay. I'm in Prison Island. Maybe he's just misunderstood. I don't think he is. I appreciate your open-mindedness, but that part in his journal where he was like, I will sacrifice as many people as necessary to complete the setup on the other side is like, yeah, I don't think he's different. I think he's the same as he's always been. Happy Saturday. Hope you're having a good weekend. We are at a teensy bit of an impasse because we found a way to activate the book. We spoke again, but we haven't found the code to Catherine's prison like we were hoping. So I feel like there's one of two possibilities. Possibility one, we missed something. And I might just save scum it because I don't wanna risk going back in a second time. Again, it's like, bro, what the fuck? Possibility two is we need to find a different way in. Oh, what was the pre-release? I hope it was fun. Or what is this mechanism? Oh, while I'm here, since we know what we were supposed to do now, I just want to go look. wasn't placed as good as yesterday. 7th out of 24. Oh, I'm sorry. Hopefully it was still fun though. Yeah, I still don't see it. Even having some idea of what we're supposed to find, I don't see it. Because it's supposed to be visible. No, see, my line of sight is even worse from down here. I don't know, man. Yeah, it is top 50. It's top 30 even. Alright, so I'm gonna save scum it. Oh, look. 25, 530. Wait. Oh, that's autosave. Yeah, I guess we'll just... Would you guys mind if I backtrack a little bit just to sort of look around Games Room again? I feel like there has to be something, right? Or versions of one card. Alright, I'm just gonna... Because we have all the information that we need now, at least, so we don't need to go through the entire process again. See, I feel like that would be the really interesting thing about watching somebody speedrun this, is you just memorize all of the answers to all the puzzles, so you just need to go, you know, like, the order of, whoa, okay, come on, lighting system, pick it up. Catch up, kid. Oh, that's not great. That's a bit better. See, like, it looks good when the... There we go. Something was seriously busted. And it's still busted. Okay, so what was it? So our base value is 9. So you want to be all the way to the right. Red is going to be a value of 2. Green is going to be a value of positive 5, so that's going to be 12. Blue is going to be a value of positive 12, so that's going to be 21. And red is going to be minus 3, which puts it at a value of 6. And then we need Lab Island is purple. Goes up there. You're going to go down there for Survey Island. Blue is gonna be Prison Island, goes up in the corner. Jungle Island goes down here. There we go. That should do it. Really wish the lighting system would unfuck itself. Okay, what did I do wrong? Something in my setup is incorrect. -7 would be 2. -5. No, -3. Oh. No, -3 would be 6. +12 would be 21. 5, 10, 15, 21. +16 would be purple. And then plus 5 would be 14. That must be it. Show me white button. There we go. Really hope the lighting system cleans itself up after. Okay, now I'm gonna save. I'm gonna go ahead and overwrite that one. Yeah, the lighting system's still broken. Come on. I will seriously, like, restart the game if it's still broken after this load. Because it is not nice to look at. Okay, that looks good though. Okay, I think we're fine now. What are we looking for here? Yeah, sorry, we're gonna go through this whole conversation again.
I apologize for the cage.
Yeah, I bet you do.
I'm afraid this situation has often required of me a more primitive code of conduct than I might otherwise have chosen.
A bunch of books
I
there.
am Gen. I assume you've heard of me.
Extensively.
Yes. Well, I suspect you have acquired some false information of who I am now. Not that my son would have lied to you about me. No, not Atris. It's just that, well, I'm sure he believes me to still be the depraved father I once was. Yes. I even tried to kill him once. God, if I had accomplished that, who knows what I would have become. A great father indeed, who tries to murder his own son. Thankfully, he trapped me on age 5, a prison of my own creation. No books, no precious inks, no ages to link to, nothing but my own foolish ambitions. That was 30 years ago. 30 years, 30 lifetimes, what does it matter? No sentence could be too harsh for the man I was. But I have changed.
Yeah, I bet.
Be sure the deeds of my past can never be completely atoned for, but my mission was an honorable one. I'm sorry, this is
Just not paying attention to him at all.
It's been a long time since I've attempted to persuade anyone of my intentions. Most of the people here have already made their minds up about me one way or another. I myself do not trust the words of most men. so I don't expect you to believe me. In the end, though, you may discover that I do have more than mere words to offer. Atris's choice of punishment has been hard on the people of Riven, and many have suffered because of it. The island has been steadily decaying for years, but according to my most recent measurements, it appears that the Fifth Age has entered its final days. Unless the villagers can be relocated soon, the island will collapse entirely and everyone will
Don't
perish.
think I'm supposed to click on the book. I don't think I'm supposed to use it.
It's taken me a long time to do it, but it appears that
Atris was
finally I'll be
very
able to
insistent
make
that I
some
do not use it.
substantial amends to my past transgressions, especially in... Well, I'm afraid I've had some trouble with Catherine and the moiety. In any society, there will always be a small percentage of the population with rebellious tendencies. Before Catherine appeared, the moiety,
I don't see it.
as they call
I don't see
themselves,
any indication here.
had been relatively harmless. I mean, the natives here are a fairly violent people by nature, but I'd almost come to accept their presence. Upon Catherine's return, however, their violence intensified considerably. It seems she's become some sort of religious savior to them. As far as I can tell, she's come to believe this herself. So I've had no alternative. I had to separate her from her people. The actions of Catherine and the moiety have put my own life at risk on numerous occasions. Consequently, the lives of all the people here. Therefore, I must ask you to refrain from any attempt to free her. Although I'm sure Atris desires it. Indeed, he must desire it with all his heart. But he is completely unaware of her recent state.
Gee, I wonder who would have put her in that state.
Which brings me to the point of all of this. The linking book you brought with you. You're very fortunate to have recovered it. If I may. Thank you.
I'm like 99% sure we are not supposed to click on the book when he offers it to us. Because we know it's a trap. We know it's a prison book.
Perhaps it would be best if you went through first. You may need some time to decide. That is
Where does he
reasonable.
put it?
Please understand, there is nothing I want more than a chance to resolve matters between Atris and myself, especially in light of what has become of Catherine. But unless you are willing to demonstrate to me that your intentions are honorable, I cannot risk it. The sanctuary I've been writing for the islanders is nearly complete. After all these years, it would be a shame if I were unable to finish it. The work I am doing is quite demanding. Please don't signal me unless you've decided to use the book.
Okay, so that's that. We can open this book. Oh, and then it just disappears. Well, that's weird. Yeah, so we can open that book. There's nothing we can actually do with it once we have opened it. We can return to Riven. Oh, and that, yeah, it's like focused on the Boiler Island, which is where it teleports us back to. So there's nothing else we can actually do while we're here. We can't click on any of these items, can't reach the lever, obviously. Nothing on the door that indicates some sort of sequence. We got a few more of the power marbles. We got some books. Let's say anything? No clear indications. I'm looking for something that would be indicative of the prison code. But I don't see anything. Something that we can do within this prison other than attempt to open that book. So I guess we go back, but I feel like we've hit kind of a dead end because our main objective now. So wait, do I have my notes? I do. Gain has been spending most of his time on 233 lately, so the danger is less, but getting into his lab will be difficult. The coming collapse weighs the air, blurring my vision both day and night. We have to act soon. Right, so at the start, after questionnaire concluded that it was written by Atreus for very specific purposes, Gain will wish to use it, though he will undoubtedly be suspicious. Once he is out of the way, you'll still need the combination to release me. I'm told he keeps it somewhere on his outpost on 233. Then I assume we're to signal Atreus. I think I know how it might be done, but don't attempt it before I'm freed. Okay, chat, I have a thought. I have an idea. And it still won't let us save here, which is fair enough. But here is my notion. I think we need the burned book. I think we need to prove to Gin that we are willing to use the book and that it is safe to use. In so doing, he will be willing to use it and be trapped. We need a linking book to go into the prison book and then be able to escape. The question becomes, how do we get the burned book to work for us? I could take this marble, I feel like we could take it down to the book. If I could take this one and extract it. Like, I think this was just to get the baseline value, right? I think this has served its purpose. But then we have this, right? We have the pages, we have the binding materials, we have the things that if we knew how, we could even make our own book. But I feel like the answer would either be... Okay, so I think there's two possibilities of sorts, right? We could talk to Catherine and see if she has some idea. We could go back to the moiety on their island. Is this where we were? I feel like this is his prototype island. Suppose it could have been his outpost on 233. Okay, so yeah, we can talk to Catherine, see if she has an idea. We can talk to the moiety and see if they'll give us a book that we can use. Hey, glad you made it home, Lucid. Good work today. Try doing either of those things and see if that'll give us some indication of the way forward, because I don't see, like, we figured out the color puzzle on Survey Island, right? So the sub-basement, I dare say, is resolved. Not sure about the totems on top, but it's what it is. We figured out how to reach the moiety. I think we've solved most of the puzzles on Jungle Island. We figured out how to get through most of that, so I don't think that's it. I feel like the big question at this point is, what do we do with the burned book? So, let's go talk to Catherine. Let's talk to Catherine, see if she has ideas. If she has a notion, if she has a plan, then we can execute on that. Otherwise, I think for the next thing would be to talk to the moiety and see if they have a book we can make use of. I know I said we were going to do art at some point, and I still want to do at least a little bit, but I want to at least figure out what the plan is before we wrap up, right? I want to have some idea of the way forward, because it would kind of really suck to just be like completely lost and then try and pick up the pieces again next week. That looked a bit awkward, precarious, explosive. Okay. is Vertical Island. Where's Prison Island? No. Is it on this track? Gotta be around here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Right. Catherine, I got bad news. So, Gen knows about the book. He has it, though it disappeared for some reason. I don't know. I think I see the way through this particular battle of wits. I think if we can get a second book without him knowing, then that's our ticket, right? But I'm gonna see if Catherine has some idea on how we might execute on that. Yeah, I do not see it. Catherine, I could use your help. Psst.
Time is running out.
Yeah, I noticed.
You have to free me.
I'm working on it.
The combination is hidden somewhere in Gen's outpost in age 233.
Yeah.
So you'll have to trap him to get it.
Yeah. All right, thanks. Right, I knew that much. But see, he's not going to use the book. Yes, very handy. He's not going to use the book until we use it. And the book is designed... Oh, let's do this. Atris's notes. For 30 years, I made connections I made to Riven and finally failed. The Islanders resumed the familiar pattern decay that is the hallmark of my father's work, and I was now ready to implement. Okay, so yeah, 16, number of minor adjustments, something's not right. Repairs have been effective. The gateway image is noticeably clear. A few more weeks of work and should be free to go there myself to attempt to bring Catherine. I did not create the Age of Riven, and my father never presumed to have such power. It continues to appear stable. I would like to believe that I have saved a dying world, but theories one individual cannot support. Problem now is again, I'll never be able to rescue Catherine and relocate the Islanders if he is still the man he used to be. Since he lived for 30 years, and given his history, I must assume he is still a threat. decades, the universe has been safe from this corruptive influence. The last linking book out of Riven, having been lost in the star fissure upon my return to Mist. Gee, the way it fell, no one's ideal. During a hunting expedition through the ruins of Dini, I chanced upon a formula for a most unusual type of book. Unfortunately, as my father was then in the habit of confiscating my discoveries, I had to leave it behind. Years later, however, as part of my efforts to protect the vulnerable worlds linked to the books in my library, I was pleased to find I could still recall most of the formula, and with a little experimentation, quickly succeeding in recreating one of the devices myself. The procedure is quite simple. By altering key lines of text but slightly, a normal linking book's connections can be both partially severed, such that anyone who attempts to use the book will be permanently trapped in the dark void of the link. Unless someone else then uses the book, at which point the person becomes trapped and the first person displaced back into the world. Oh. Oh, I don't need him. I don't need a book out. I just need to convince him to use it. Something truly miraculous. Someone has found my lost Miss Lincoln book and freed me from this prison. Okay. It did occur to me, however, that if a way could be found to Sigma once again had been captured, it would no longer be necessary to take a real Lincoln book to Riven and thereby risk the possibility of inadvertently freeing him. Assuming the island does not incur any serious damage during my absence, you should be able to return to Kavir and hold it together long enough for Catherine to evacuate the remaining islanders. Predetermining the specific signal may simply be impossible, but I'm afraid there can only be one answer to the question of whether or not I should send my friend to Riven with a way out. The potential for success will be greatly increased and the possibility of disaster greatly diminished. The prison book is all that is taken there. We gotta throw ourselves in. All right. Chad, are you ready to risk it for the brisket? I mean, we're gonna save. We're gonna save before we go in, right? Who knows? Maybe we'll see an ending as a consequence of our actions. All right, now which one was Jungle World? Or Jungle Island? Horizontal Eye. Which is right there. There we go. I'm gonna take Jungle just because I feel like it's faster to it's faster to use the tram than to do the freaking revolving door bullshit. Yeah, it does seem like that is what we have to do. Because otherwise we have to figure out some way to allow the game to give us the burned book. Which it seems very insistent on not doing, at least not yet. Maybe there'll be a function for it in the future. But... Let me out. Come out! Thank you. I do kind of have to wonder if Ganon is spending all of his time on 233. Who's watching us? And who's reporting to him? I mean, we know he has subordinates that report back to him and all that. Right. But still. I don't know, like, it's... He says all the right things. He gives the air of a repentant man. But... I don't have any reason to believe him. You know, that whole thing of I will send as many men as necessary to complete the work is like, buddy, that doesn't sound like a reformed individual. None of his notebooks give off the air of someone that is trying to find the most productive, least destructive way forward, right? He seems entirely willing to just burn everything down in the name of progress. So, no. No, I don't trust him. I think we're gonna pull our little maneuver. And 5-sided bolts. Excellent. Those are huge bolts. What the fuck? What kind of wrench do you need to turn those? Right. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put up the drawbridge. Just because I kind of suspect you might want to corner somebody. And that might be necessary. We're gonna put up the drawbridge. Let me see, do we even need to get... Yes, we do. No, get in the fucking chair. Alright, drawbridge up. Just in case. Just in case we need to trap somebody on this island, you know? I mean, granted, they can probably just lower the drawbridge themselves, but it's the thought that counts. Alright. We're gonna save. a very pretty world. All right, time to make our play. It is? Well, I guess that makes sense because in the first game, right, the suns were trapped in the book, but as soon as we used them, as soon as we tried to enter the book, it freed them, right? So this is the same technology. Hello, sir. I have returned.
I'm relieved you've returned. I thought perhaps you had decided against it.
Not at all, my friend. As you say, actions speak louder
Here.
than words, do they not?
I shall follow you directly.
Then I will see you on the other
Please.
side. Let me click on it. There we go. Come on, you rat bastard. You know you wanna. Get stuck, idiot. The fuck is this? You think he's gonna be mad? Oh, it just keeps playing. For a little bit, anyway. Okay, so that powers that off. Let's leave that on. I think we're gonna want that going forward. So, go down here. Promising. I start this latest journal with astounding news. Catherine has returned to the Fifth Age. And though it sets my teeth on edge to say it, she has also vanished as quickly as she appeared. Stolen from me by the rebels. As my guard tells it, she linked into the Fissure Plateau cage, just as I'd surmised, and suddenly he was set upon by a band of rebels, who darted him and spirited her away. I suspect the truth of the matter was that he was so dumbfounded at actually witnessing someone link in after all this time, that he presented an easy target for whichever rebel happened to be nearby. The damnable luck of it. He did get a good enough look at her, though, to verify that it was indeed Catherine. He also claims that he inspected all of her belongings and found no linking book on her person. A fact that I find hard to believe, but if true, makes the question of why she's returned here all the more puzzling. While I am sick with frustration at having lost the only quarry that Cage has ever caught, I'm also filled with hope. She may yet provide me with a way back to Denis. It is true that I have managed, despite overwhelming odds, to break free of the confines of the Fifth Age and resume my mission to save my culture from extinction. But I fear that unless I am able to regain access to vast resources that lie in the city's ruins, the task of resurrecting that great civilization will be impossible. If Catherine did not bring a linking book with her, then I am halfway there. Did bring a linking book, then I am halfway there. Not, and she is trapped in the Fifth Age. I can only assume that my emotionally crippled son will soon be along to rescue her. Yeah, he doesn't sound reformed. Either way, it is crucial to my plans that I find her soon. Her presence here now forces me to take the rebels more seriously. Should never have permitted them to survive this long. Once again, the Great Bark has demonstrated its usefulness to me. The villagers have been difficult to manage in the wake of Catherine's arrival, and their fear of this mythic beast has been all that has kept them in line. But I know how truly useful these prodigious creatures would prove to be, would have captured more of them while the local population was still plentiful. Although, to be sure, if these disturbances continue, my current pets will be in no danger of perishing for lack of nourishment. Damn! The search for Catherine continues. I deeply regret my mistake of having ever thought these primitive people anything at all. Dang it. I deeply regret my mistake of having ever taught these primitive people anything at all about the books. It seems that with each passing day, I more sorely realize the extent to which they were not ready for that knowledge, not even in the simplified manner in which I presented it to them. Their minds, adapted only to the exceptionally menial task of village life, were incapable of comprehending the art in all its complexity, and were thus unable to glean any of the underlying principles that are, ironically, so elegantly simple. It is obvious that so much of the discord that exists between us stems from their failure to grasp the meaning of the information I gave them. If they'd been able to gain even the smallest glimpse of the glorious future I had planned for them, this conflict would not exist. The minds of the children, however, are much more malleable. With the proper tutelage, they have developed a more appropriate posture towards the culture that has given them their lives. At times, they take to it almost as if they had a bit of Denis blood in them. Given the natives' inborn limitations, however, I am quite careful that none gain a level of understanding that would permit them to sin, Jesus, against their future the way Catherine did. How foolish I was to think that she could wield such knowledge responsibly. It's quite clear that my own son could not. Still, he remains one of the greatest disappointments of my life. Never have left him with my mother. By the time I'd returned for him, he had already been poisoned to all thoughts of aiding me in my noble mission. Perhaps that was the only way she could soften the fact that she had been responsible for the collapse of the entire civilization. So much destruction. So many great lives lost. Guilt must have been unbearable. She did seem to love my father and our world, but ultimately she was an outsider whose ignorance of the Denis became the catalyst of their demise. If I am able to rebuild our culture, and in the process correct such weakness, then perhaps what she did was ultimately necessary in order that a new and stronger era of prosperity might someday come to pass. Oh boy! This guy! This guy! I have been increasingly beset by images from the past these last few weeks. As I stood in the schoolroom today, I was reminded of my own childhood, the years I spent in the Bookmakers Guild, Father's immense pride at each of my small accomplishments there. He was an important man in the Denis world, but I cannot bear to think of him for long. It is too much. I was too young to see such things. I have her! Late last night, I received word that Catherine had been apprehended while attempting to persuade some of the villagers to join her. I lost a few men in the process, but I would have gladly paid 100 times that number for such a prize. She's been imprisoned in my old office, where I've been attempting to gain some insight as to the reason for her return. I've had to fight the all but constant impulse to put her on the gallows, as she has adopted the most infuriating stance of only answering my questions, when she answers them at all, in her native tongue. Even so, she is a poor liar. I am now certain that her return to Riven was unintentional, and that she brought no linking book with her. As far as her willingness to share with me the location of the moiety, we shall see. Without their leader, however, they are once again powerless against me. If Catherine's coming here was indeed an accident, then Atris is bound to come for her. That is a given. The question I must now consider is, how will he attempt it? It's likely that his hesitation is due, at least in part, to this dilemma. One way or another, though, he'll have to bring a linking book to get back. There is no other way. It's late, and I cannot sleep. I've lost so much in my life. People, my father, my son, and you, my wife. Keita. You are the only true kindness I've ever known. Watching you flicker there in the imager, I sometimes wonder if you were real. If I could restore your life with my pen, I would do so in an instant, and leave the rest of the world to their own wretched fate. Damn these savages! I would be well advised to leave them all in the 5th Age and begin again in a clean sheet of paper. Stranger has arrived on Riven with a linking book to Denis. And once again, my useless minion was overtaken by the rebels. From what little I could decipher of his muddled explanation, it apparently occurred sometime this morning. The cage mechanism has been damaged, but that is no matter. Everything I need is here, now. Atris is certainly behind this. Why would he send someone else in his stead? And with a linking book, no less. Surely he would have guessed that I would be waiting for him. Such recklessness is unlike him. Could it be he's had a change of heart towards me? that after all these years he has finally decided to let his poor old father go? Ha! I know all too well where his loyalties lie. It is only after one thing. Perhaps this stranger should find her. For now, I need only to wait and observe. I'm beginning to think it was a mistake to allow the stranger to roam freely about the islands in their ignorant probing. They attempted to power the damage drawbridge from the Temple Island, and the entire bridge collapsed. Did I do that? A trivial loss at this point, but it irks me all the same. Had I not yet managed to free myself from that crumbling age, it would have hampered my progress severely. But again, it is no matter now. They will soon come while I will be done with Riven forever. Disconcerting news. Last night, a group of maintainers happened upon a lone rebel scout and were able to engage him long enough to learn of a most implausible device. A crystal window, supposedly capable of amending my linking books, much the way that my own remarkable system does, but with one slight advantage. It is small and weighs only a few pounds, making it entirely portable. If this outlandish claim is true, then the artifact in question must be something that Catherine fabricated prior to her capture, no doubt from an explicit Denise schematic she brought with her. If only I had access to such a document all these years. The portent of this revelation is deeply troubling. Some years ago, the rebels managed to abscond with the dysfunctional linking book I'd intended to destroy. The book was never recovered. Once they had sufficiently atoned for this sacrilege, I graciously decided to let the matter slide, thinking that in their inept hands it could do me no harm. But if Catherine has indeed empowered them with such a device, the rebels may well have linked to another age. Also means that 98 is no longer safe. Is that supposed to be 233? I don't know. This cannot stand. Stranger is the key to all of this. Tracking their movements has given me a good idea of where this rebel linking book and the crystal may be hidden. But before I can deal with that, I must secure the linking book back to Denis. Everything hinges upon that. If I can regain access to my arsenal of resources there, I will happily leave the whole of Riven to its own dismal future. The imager codes. Keita, 5, Father, 2-3, Anna, 2-3-5. Just gonna take a quick screenshot of that. I'm guessing that's his father. And that's probably Keita. Oh, is this the imager?
Kianenatsu? Shina? Shorate. Matanetta. Tagamem. San Botegan Shem. Fasi.
Oh. Wait, so Keita was 5. Oh. How do I close? There we go.
Now, my turn. You want to record something so always you will remember. What is English for scramape? Scum from above. Your appearance should have inspired us to a better future. What does it mean for us as a people if we cannot embrace worlds outside our own? You were an angel from above. Always you will be my angel from above.
Okay, so Kata was 5. Anna would then be 2, 3, 5. Interesting.
An angel. Your angel. An angel of death. The Denis Council knew it. They knew. If I hadn't tried to force my own ideals on your world, you would still be alive. You would still be alive. I wanted a life full of magic, full of books that bridged worlds, that lit up the darkness like stars. The possibilities were endless. It's just us now. You'll never have the life you should have had. Somehow my love and compassion, it took that. I don't know how. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
So I believe the man was Gen's father. So that's what it says in the notebook. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, so there's just nothing else on the other combinations. So yeah, I don't know why the photos, I mean, that might just be a an issue of the character models versus the renderings, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Gen's father speaking about his mother. Oh, interesting. That does sound like a good read. Okay, there we go. Can I leave? I can. Okay, so that's the furnace. This book doesn't do anything. I'm assuming that's the sanctuary that he was going to, quote unquote, save the Denis or the Rivenese with, if he could actually be bothered to. I'm not sure I ever saw any of the missed novels. That's interesting. You need a footrest to get into bed? I suppose he is getting a little spry in his age, ain't he? Dude has 2 sets of clothes. It's a very Spartan life out here, I suppose. Dude is focused on his work and little else. Alright, interesting. Alright, so, chat, here's what I'm thinking. I think this is a pretty good stopping point to take a break and get some rest time in. We're gonna take a break, run a couple of ads. Well, because he called Anna his angel. And then in her recording, she responds directly to that. So I think it's Gen's father. Oh, the photo is Gen's grandfather. Yeah, that would make sense. Alright, so yeah, I think we'll just leave it out here. Listen to the wind on the ocean for a bit. Actually, no, I'll put the lo-fi back on. But yeah, we'll put that there. Get a nice view with the BRB banner. There we go. That's good. Right. So yeah, I'm gonna go do a little bit of stretching. I'm gonna grab my tea. I'm gonna warm my snack up. We're gonna play a couple of ads while I'm gone. And then when I come back, it'll be time to work on some art. I'm gonna start a new drawing tonight. So, it's a good opportunity. Everyone, do those human things you gotta do. Use the bathroom, get something to eat, something to drink, get some stretches in, take a little moment, recenter, and I'll see you all very soon. All right. Boy. Alrighty, there you go. Let me come on back here. Did everyone have a good break? I'm gonna save the game. All of our various accomplishments. H233. Alright. Switch the topic. Let me turn this off. And gonna switch the screen over to doing some. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For 3 minutes. Yeah, you might have the season curse. Yeah, you might be dead, my friend. I'm sorry. It's been an honor. I'm gonna munch a little bit. It's weird to me that, like, you can microwave pasta or noodles and they do okay, but you microwave bread and it's done. Microwave bread does not survive. It's strange. Oh? Like, if you moisturize the bread and then microwave it for a little bit, can kind of re-soften it. Like if it's going a bit stale. True. You have to be gentle, and microwaves are generally not gentle. I think that's kind of the problem with it. But yeah, if you moisturize the bread and then microwave it for a little bit, just to sort of soften it up and rehydrate it, and then toast it, that seems to do an okay job. But if you just try and throw bread in the microwave, it just like turns it into leather. It's strange. It's that physics bullshit, man. I don't know about all that. Alright, let's pull up the inspiration board. I need my reference. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd I put it? Oh, did I not? No, I definitely saved her. Oh, there she is. Alright, so I have an idea of the pose. I have an idea of what I want to do here. But there's going to be a lot of sort of figuring out the specifics of it. So let's just start in and figure out what we're gonna do. I need to finish the book I'm reading right now, and then I have the rest of the Expanse series. I think that's gonna take priority. I do want to check in on those Mist novels later. It sounds interesting. Trying to recall if I ever played the 4th game. I don't think I did. I know I played Exile. Frankly, I don't think Exile is gonna get a remake the same way that 1 and 2 did, because Exile was the first one that was, so it wasn't in 3D, but it was panoramic. So, you know, all of the images you could freely turn and look around. I think you still had to click travel, but it was a huge improvement to the experience to be able to look around as opposed to clicking in the cardinal directions. So I don't know that Exile would need or benefit from a remake in the same way that Mist and Riven have. And if they decided to do it, then I would not object, but I just don't feel that it is as necessary or hugely beneficial. Yeah, that's my reckoning. But yeah, I don't remember if I ever played 4, and I don't remember what the control systems for 4 were like, if they had sort of gotten it to be more sort of open movement and looking, or if it was the same sort of panoramic movement system, panoramic click system as Exile was. I'm gonna be honest, I kind of miss the FMVs from the original games. I kind of miss the grainy real life actors, you know, playing out their roles. Like, I get why they have the 3D models, they're fine, but it's just part of the charm of the original games to have the FMVs play. Also, I don't know if anyone else is getting the same thing, but I'm picking up some sort of like Time Lord vibes from the Denis. You know, this civilization of world builders with smug senses of superiority because of their advanced capabilities over all the savages of the other ages. Okay, so that's sort of idea number 1. I want to keep it fairly portrait oriented, so I don't want to sort of get into a version of the drawing that sees it. That's good. Welcome back to the land of the living mage. Oh no. Let's see. Yeah, some would be forward in this. Okay. I feel like there's a version of this that works. I don't think this is quite it. So I'm just gonna knock that down and we're gonna try again. Okay. Excuse me. So we're gonna pull that down, and then you're gonna go like that. And sort of brace this elbow. Okay, I like this more. This looks good. And I want to turn the face slightly upward for like an outward adventurous gaze rather than like a determined or aggressive sort of glower. Okay, I think that's working a bit better. Let me look up a little bit of pose reference. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think I actually have it pretty close. I think what I want to do is sort of roll this arm in a little bit closer. Maybe something like that. And then the hand is going to sort of wrap around. So then the thumb would be on the outside like that. And then we're going to have this vine that sort of wraps through like this. It looks weird. I think it'll look better if we can clean it up. But I think the idea, the intention is correct. Okay. And then I'm just gonna rotate the body down more. I think we lose top of the hand, that's fine. And bring this back down. We're gonna foreshorten it a bit. I think that's working pretty well. I don't like the shape of the forearm right now, but we can play with that. So this part should be taut, right? Because it's bearing her weight. The part underneath can kind of hang loosely as she moves past it and sort of pendulums off of her momentum, but the upper part should be a straight line. You're gonna go like that, and you're gonna sort of pull that like so. We need the corset. Got a nice neck set up like so. Reshape the head a little bit. Yeah, I haven't watched Doctor Who in I don't even know how long. I think I watched a little bit of Peter Capaldi. Just kind of fell off of it. I think in some ways, God, who was the guy who was show running it for a long time? Did Sherlock too, which I think like the first 2 seasons of Sherlock were pretty good, and then it just kind of got progressively weirder and worse. I don't know, like there was a certain amount of, it's like it took itself too seriously. I don't know, like, yeah, Doctor Who, and I think this is sort of a British thing, that like even the you know, sort of more whimsical and light-hearted stuff in British television can still be incredibly dark at times. But I feel like Doctor Who kind of needs to just allow itself to be fun. And there was a period of time where it was just like getting really serious. It was like it was sort of responding to how seriously the internet was taking it. You know, Tumblr was taking it, and you know, talking about the tragedy of the Doctor, and just being like, I don't know, it just kind of stopped being fun, I guess, after a certain point. You know, I think there's room for like the Doctor to be snarky. I think there's room for heavier ideas and difficult ideas, but when that's kind of all the show becomes. Some of the darker storylines are fine, yes, I agree, but I don't think it should be predominantly dark and heavy storylines, right? I think there needs to be a balance of fun and whimsy, so that when those heavier elements come in, you really sort of feel it. Otherwise, it just becomes kind of exhausting, right? Like the entire show is just Sadie's o'clock. You know, I'm not saying this is universal, right? Some shows are difficult, heavy dramas, you know, Breaking Bad, Game of Thrones. You know, some that is what some shows are supposed to be, and that's perfectly fine. But I feel like Doctor Who is supposed to be more of a space sci-fi romp. That, yeah, sometimes like shit does get hard, shit does get dark, but you know, you have to balance that against the good, against the light, against the fun. And if you don't get both of them going in adequate balance, then it just kinda doesn't work, right? It just becomes a slog. I think that's kind of where I landed with the show after a while. Just like, I just, I don't know, I wasn't really interested in watching more of it. Did lighten up a bit with Jodie Whittaker. Now there's a new guy. Yeah, and I feel like Jodie Whittaker's tenure as a Doctor was controversial for stupid reasons. And then I don't know. Actually, how long was she the doctor for? I don't know if they cut it short because of that or not. Like, I'm not gonna put a lot of energy into defending the holodeck episodes of Star Trek or anything. But I do think the show's 18 to 20. Okay, that's yeah, as you say, that's pretty typical. A few seasons. Not to mention, she got the pandemic run, which I'm sure was not at all helpful for a stable production cycle. Alright, let me see if I can get a good... Okay, so she does have... Beautiful. Okay, I can see the entire shape of the eye underneath her hair. But yeah, I feel like Star Trek... Look, the holodeck episodes are stupid. Almost all of them are stupid. But I think Star Trek does benefit a lot from having episodes that are just kind of like space oddity, right? It doesn't all have to be the Borg. It doesn't all have to be existential dread and heavy drama, right? Sometimes you just get out into space and you find a weird thing and you go, huh, that's weird. Huh. Do we have a blip or something? Twitch, my chat just refreshed in OBS. Which has been kind of on the fritz lately. I really don't like the shape of this head. It is a bad head. It's a little bit better. It's a perfectly functional website with no problems or controversy whatsoever. Yes, that is correct. There are no problems in Twitch. Everything is wonderful. And their conventions are completely safe for everyone to attend. It could be a robot head. Yes, congratulations, VTuber. You are now a robot. Congratulations on your involuntary rebranding. There are no 404s in Bossing City. I haven't watched Avatar in a while. It's a good show. I don't know how much I really like want to watch it again, you know? But it was very good at the time, and I'm gonna be honest, I even thought Legend of Korra was pretty good. At times. I think Korra took a long time to sort of figure out its footing. And sort of make it clear what its message and intention was. Toph is everyone's favorite. Because Toph is the best. Trying to sort of twist the angle on this hair a bit. There we go. Zoom back a bit more. Suppose these come down to about here. This one's a little bit higher up. Now it's a new season of Avatar. The Korra's actions had some mega. I saw there was an announcement about them working on the new show, but that was like, I don't know, was it like a year ago or something? I haven't heard anything about it since. Be interesting to see if they are returning to the project or if it has been sort of quietly progressing in the background. I would certainly be interested to see what the new story is. There we go. Alright, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere with this now. Okay, I wanna... We're gonna floof up the hair a little bit more, right? Get that volume going. We're gonna put that nice shampoo in, get the conditioner in there. And she's got her dino horns, which are just kind of sitting on top. Oh, no, they're not. She's got like a little decoration at one. OVA's all confirmed. They're continuing the Avatar in the next element in line, so it'll be Earth. That makes sense. Alright, well, whenever they finally get around to finishing it, I will be interested to see what they do. I don't know. Even if it's stupid, even if it's just completely bad, still got Last Airbender. Ironically, it was, well, technically it was a Nostalgia Critics review of the Avatar movie that I think brought forward a very important lesson that I want more fandoms to adopt. That is true. And Corey's just like, look, I fucked everything up, you're on your own. Whatever I say to do, don't do it. You know, obviously, Avatar fans understandably rail against the Shyamalan movie because it is bad, right? I don't know that anyone is really going to stand in defense of the M. Night Shyamalan movie. But, you know, it's also just a movie. And, you know, it's not like the original show got deleted out of existence for the movie being made, right? You can still enjoy the original. And then, you know, take the piss out of the movie. I feel like the same thing can be said of most fandoms, right? Like, a lot of people were really upset about Star Wars Legends, the pre-Disney canon, just getting nuked, right? Like, most of it has gotten ignored, right? A few of the more popular, successful elements have been brought back in one way or another. But, you know, Disney basically said, look, there's a lot here to go through, and we're not going to try and go through it. We'll cherry pick the good parts and sort of rework it into a new canon, but we're not going to try and acknowledge the entire thing. And a lot of people were upset about that because they really liked Legends. They thought they wanted to see more of that brought in. And it's just like, I don't know. To me, I understand because there are good parts of it, but there's also a lot of bullshit. There's a lot of really bad parts of Star Wars Legends. And it's frankly mostly survivorship bias that only the good parts get remembered. And so nostalgia tints everything to be really good. It's like, no, there are a bunch of really bad comics and books in here that you just willingly forgot. But, you know, it's not like those books don't exist anymore. It's not like the experience that you had in reading them doesn't exist anymore. As far as I'm concerned, you can still enjoy Legends even if Disney doesn't recognize it in the new canon. I'm gonna widen this vine up some so we have a better grip, a fuller hand. I really don't like this though. I really don't like how this hand is looking. I don't like how this hand or this arm or the relationship or any of it is feeling. Let me grab my reference back really quickly. Okay, so we're gonna sort of bring this out a little bit more like that, and then you need to wrap around the side. Is that better? I don't know that that's better. If I erase this, how does that look? Like, almost? Okay. Like, I see the idea. I see the idea. I feel the idea. I think the angle is what's not working. What's up, Mage? Yeah, something more like that. Where it's sort of looping around the arm a little bit. Somebody was fighting against the custom Concord servers and DCA channels that show gameplay. Why? Why do you care? You shut it down and refunded everybody. It feels like it's just out of pettiness that nobody bought the game when they were trying to sell it. It's like, oh, now you're interested. Now you want to play it. Fuck you. I mean, I guess I'm not surprised, right? I'm not surprised, especially that a Japanese company is gonna pursue IP litigation like that. That's true. They are gonna kill the game twice. That's an Academy record. There we go. That feels better. I like that. I want to do one more adjustment. I want to sort of put a little bit more twist into the script, just to sort of wrap it over the shape a bit more. Yeah, I don't know, like, it doesn't really surprise me. It doesn't really surprise me that they're gonna try and shut it down. I guess it is technically within their legal right to try and shut it down. It just seems like a waste of effort, and considering that they have made actually negative money, like, not just, oh, you know, we didn't sell enough to recoup the cost of our development. No, they didn't. They refunded all of the copies that were sold. So they made zero money. And to then spend money on, you know, potential litigation and crackdown on people trying to play the custom servers, is like, let's spend more money on proving a point. It's like, okay. It's not about the money. It's about sending a message. I'm making this worse. I'm trying to correct it, and I'm just making it worse. I'm just making it shittier. I think part of it is that the hand shouldn't be folded all the way. It should be top of the hand out. I think I'm rotating it too far. So then if we take this, I'm going to size it up a little bit, and we're going to rotate it about the wrist so that the middle finger sort of has that through line, right? Then we'll have index finger, sort of the most extended, right? Because it has to sort of run up the side of it. The middle finger can go like that. The middle finger is sort of where the grip is really coming in, and then the ring and pinky will be wrapped in two. The thumb can kind of go like this. The rope goes like that. Okay, now I think we're getting somewhere. That feels much, much better. Yeah, I think I was just over twisting the wrist and it was shattering it. Maybe bring the shape in a little bit too, sort of slim it down, give it a smoother flow. And sort of roll this, right? One of the things I think is really hard to sort of get the anatomy of the hand correctly, right? It's not a plate with fingers and a thumb, right? It's for, like, if you imagine just the skeleton of the hand, the fingers are effectively like twice as long as they appear, because you have the metacarpals, the little collection of bones that sort of form the base of the hand, and then you have, I don't think they're called the carpals, but you have the bones that run the length of the hand and go out to each of the fingers, right? And you have 4 of them, and those are able to move as well, so you can like cup the hand inwards. So in a grip like this, is not going to be, you know, a perfect square. Like if you splay the hand out, they're going to roll. And so the pinky, the knuckle of the pinky, is like barely going to be visible as the hand rolls over. Then you have ring finger, middle finger will be the most pronounced, and then the index is sort of resting against the vine and stabilizing. You know what would have solved this whole Concord situation from the beginning? Not that I think anyone really would have been clamoring for it at the time. Is if Sony had just released some sort of custom server system from the beginning. Hashtag stop killing games. Like, I'm not saying they needed to keep the servers up indefinitely, even as they were, you know, making a loss on it. But if they had just given players the, you know, 10 people that cared the ability to run custom servers, then there wouldn't have been much incentive on the part of the community, all 10 of them, to develop their own system. Or maybe that was the plan. Maybe Sony shut it down because they knew that there would probably be some grassroots effort to develop a custom system, and then they would be able to sue those people and rake in at least a little bit of money. Okay, I think we've got most of the detail here. I think we've got most of what we need. I'm gonna go ahead and hide those because they're not really helping us out at this point. Reminding me of an ancient looking old man, and Mega Man was 30 years old. Alright, so she doesn't have any gloves or anything. Nothing to worry about there, which is appreciated. Does have some bracelets. We'll be sure to include them. Excuse me. There we go. Let's do a little bit more outwards of a gaze. Maybe something like this. Maybe something a little bit more excited. There we go. Still not super happy with the face. I think we got a lot of the detailing in terms of like the hair pretty spot on, but the shape of the face still feels wrong. I want to resolve that before we go any farther. Okay, yeah, this eye is really fucky. So I haven't had a chance to deliver Amalia's drawing yet. I believe she is going to be streaming tomorrow, but I have plans for tomorrow, so I will not be able to attend that one. So I don't think we're going to get a chance until, I believe she streams on Monday. I'm going to try and deliver it then. Tomorrow I'm gonna head to the Château. I'm gonna meet up with a friend there. And just kind of roll around for a while. Go on a little adventure. There we go. I think this eye is... It's alright. Okay. Alrighty, mage. Hope you get some very good rest. Glad you had a fun day. We'll see you next time. Have a good rest of your weekend. Everyone say goodnight. That's a bit better. I think just sort of getting this eye to help define the rotation of the head is a lot of what I'm trying to nail down, right? There we go. Alright. You. And she's got these scale freckles, which are very cute. Excellent notes. There we go. You go like that. You go like that. Okay, good. I'm realizing one thing. And I realize that in doing this thing, I'm probably gonna set myself up for more work. But it's okay. Okay. So I want to try and sort of put the tree sort of off behind so that the line of sight sort of opens up, right? I think sort of to that end, we're gonna switch this over to being more sort of a bow like this. And then sort of adjust her hand to be more sort of resting on it. So yeah, this will all just be tree. It's gonna be a big old tree. But then on this side, we can have sort of some open forest, maybe a little bit of mountains or something in the background, you know, something to sort of give a sense of big, expansive adventure. Something like that. And then we'll take her head. I want to sort of cast the gaze down a little bit. Just looking a little bit too up at the moment. I missed part of the cheek there. Okay, so that's pretty good. I don't quite like the expression of the mouth. I don't know how much I want to change it right now. I just feel like it's going to be probably easier to set up or redo in the paint over. And sort of refine the specifics of the expression as we get more in detail at that stage, right? Okay. Yes, I think this is working better now. Bring a little bit of the hair up over the top like that. Have a little cutoff point between the vine, the shoulder, and the hair so that we get some shape definition as opposed to it being kind of nebulous and unclear. One second. There we go. Got these little belt buckles here. Good, good. Okay, yeah, and then we got the hair. We're covering the shoulder, and we'll move like that, right? Just to sort of not completely cut away, but make it sort of clear what the order of shapes is. Okay. So that was fine. I want to do a little bit of sort of giving a bit more dimensionality to the shape, right? Sort of flattening the side out a little bit, rounding the side out a bit more, right? Maybe adding a little bit of an S curve right here, so it kind of goes like that. Yeah, good. And then just sort of finishing off the idea of the belts coming together. Cool. Alright. And then, okay, so this is a bit of an interesting one because she has the horn on this side. Luckily, we actually have a little point of reference, so I can come at this with a fair amount of accuracy. Good. Alright, then we got the neck is gonna be kind of going up like that. We can clean up the jawline a little bit down here, like so. We're gonna have a little bit of ear poking out right there. Right there. Good. And then... Okay, good. Yeah, so there's a couple of things I'm just gonna rough in for a point of reference. So she's got some little frills or pleating on the top side of the sleeve. Get rid of some leftover odds and ends. How does the hair... Okay. Yeah. Okay, that looks good. I saw Lo-Fi Girl has released their Christmas channel, their holiday channel, which is all well and good, but I'm not going to listen to it for another 2 weeks. Everything in its own time. I'm just gonna exaggerate these shapes out a little bit more. Good. I'm tempted to put out some decor still resisting the music. The music I think is a little bit too much. I think as we get into the latter half of November, it's fine to start rolling out some decor, right? Especially some of the festive, like, I don't know, more solstice-oriented decorations, you know? I feel like the stuff that's really, like, Christmas-centric needs to wait till December, but I don't know, the late fall, early winter style stuff, cornucopias and stuff like that. I was like, yeah, fuck it. Get a wreath up or something. Sure, why not? Why not? I saw one person, I saw a meme on Discord, I can never remember which Discord it was, of, you know those like 20-foot skeletons people get for Halloween when they go all out for their decorations? Someone posted a picture of a neighbor had already put out their Christmas lights, but they had positioned the skeleton to look like it was hanging the Christmas lights on the house. I'm like, I accept that. That's good. That works. That is an agreeable meeting of the holidays. I don't know. I've been tempted to get some Christmas lights this year. Just because, I don't know. It's pretty. It's festive. It's nice to have extra lighting in the gloom. My roommate got this really nice little, it's like a lantern, you know, little LED light and a flickery LED and a candle, but it's got, you know, a nice little like potpourri arrangement about it. It's very pretty. You just put it on in the evening. Serves as a sort of night light. Okay, I think this is working. I think this is looking really good. There's definitely a couple of details still to hash out, but some of it I think is just going to be resolved better in the drawing itself, in the paint over. So I'm not too worried about getting like the perfect shape of the eyes or the shape of the mouth. I think we're gonna do one last little sort of detail just to sort of fully lean into the character design. We're gonna show the very tippy top of the tail. She's got a dino tail, so we're just gonna show that sort of poking out over the side, and we'll get like one or two of the spines like that. All right, I think that works. I think that's good. So let's get into it. Now, what color do we want this to be? Given her color range, perfect. We're gonna grab this sort of purpley, pulled off shade hair. And then the tree can just be a tree. Sometimes a tree is just a tree. Let's go ahead and save it while we're here. Now, are we gonna have any draw through issues is the real question. We sure the fuck are. Yeah, the hand's kind of a hot mess. Alright, let's go back in and resolve that a bit more. Doesn't need to be perfect. I think we're just gonna kind of like go like this. So we'll have middle finger right here. I'm just gonna draw it that far. We'll figure out how it sort of gets over the top in the paint over, because it's just gonna, it's gonna be one of those things. It's gonna be one of the redo and redo and redo, and then I don't use it in the paint over anyway. Good. Alright, how's that do? Much better. Good. Looks good. You too. You. And that. And this. And this. Let's grab slightly off from the brightest. Okay. I think we'll do the hair first. Good. I'm just gonna go ahead and go through the horns. We'll put that layer on top. Like it ain't no thing. Okay, good. So let's do that, and then I think actually the collar and the horns are like the same color. Mostly just an issue of, or a matter of material response. Okay. Here, let's do the same color just for a better read, right? Change it manually. Excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry. That was a loud one. Okay. So you go like that. And then this is gonna go right here. Okay, I see. You're good. You're good. Okay. Good. Alright, and then the pants. Okay. Let's see. So what do we still have left to do? We got the tie, and we got the belts. We got the horns, and then we have the eyes. Oh, we gotta get it's got a bunch of scales on our forearms. We gotta make sure to hit those. Right, we'll do the tie first. Little tooth adornment in the middle there. So I miss these little orange lapel pins right here. Good. And then go save. And we've got the belts. We're gonna grab that color. And we need sort of a neutral gray for the buckles. I think we only have one or two of. I don't think we see a lot of it. Okay, yeah, and then that hair largely goes over the other belt, so you might just tuck a little bit in right there just to help sort of define the borders of the character. The boundaries, right? But keep it pretty minimal, and then she's got some actual belts down here, right? Yes, but and then the gray of the buckle right here. Good. Right. I'm gonna grab this again to do the horns. I did not type horns. I typed some amalgamation of the letters that spell horns, but it was decidedly not that word. I don't know, sometimes I go fast and my fingers just kind of It's a good thing Wordle isn't on a timer. There we go. Alright, cool. So now, actually, I think we want this color for the ornament. The same color that's on the scales. I'll go ahead and throw that in. I'm gonna come down here. Oh shit! I forgot the bracelets. All right, we can rough those in really quickly. It won't be no big thing. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm gonna get like a real one-to-one of the scale or positioning of these, just because it's kind of hard to infer them with, you know, the twist of the arms and all of that. But, you know, try and get some of the most defining elements of it. Little gemstone scales. Very pretty color. You know how you ask little kids, like, what do you want to be when you grow up? And they say, like, I want to be a dinosaur. And you're like, not how that works, Timmy, but, you know, it's good to dream. Well, now, with the power of VTubing, you can, in fact, become a dinosaur. Oh, brave new world. Okay, let's go eyes. I think I'm just gonna do a stand-in color for a second while we hash out the position. The eye color against the pale skin is gonna be kind of hard to read, right? I think this design is very well considered, right? Because it's all shades of purple or red. You know, the leather is sort of a ruddy, reddish color, kind of a cool red, like a bit of purple, a bit of magenta. The hair is like a very sort of shocking strawberry red. But then the eyes, irises, as you'll see in a second, are complementary, right? They're this sort of standout shock of sort of green, cyan, to contrast all of the sort of warmer red and purple tones that make up the rest of the character. It's very tasteful. It's very well done. Big ups on the design. Alright, and then just bring in a little bit of this dark green. It even gets a little hint like a sky blue right along the borders here. We've got these sort of greenish, darker green clouds sort of form some detailing of the iris. And there's a lot more in here that I'm just not bothering to sketch out. I'm mostly concerned with, getting the color arrangements laid down properly. And then we'll take the pupil, which is just going to be black. Alright, and then let me jump over to Discord really quickly. I need to see if there's any images or references yet for the inside of the mouth. There it is. That might be correct. Okay, nothing there. Let me check Twitter. No. I could have sworn there was something earlier. Maybe not. He just hasn't posted it yet. No. Alright, well, I am pretty sure there's nothing particularly unusual about the mouth coloring. So I think we can just use older reference and it'll be fine. Cool. Alright, What am I forgetting? Well, so we've got the temperature, right? We need to do that. And then... oh, she has red nails. It's good to know. Good to know. And grab that. I think we can just put that on the same layer as the scales. It's not a big deal. Just boop. Like so. Alright. I think we'll just use that same color more or less for the temp. Okay. Oh, I forgot the tail. Whoops. Alright, let's grab that real quick. So I think it's just gonna be this. We just fill it in like so. And then grab the same purple as the scales. Or 2 spines. Perfect. Alright. Let's block in the colors for the tree really quickly. Albeit I don't really have that much that I've blocked in. It's fine. It's fine. I'll do it live. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh. I think this is what it means. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'm gonna be adding a fair amount of shit. That's alright. Good. Alright, so now we're just gonna get a nice sort of sky blue color in here. A little bit too green. There we go. Get that nice fade to a darker color. Going on like that. Oh, wrong blend. Wrong gradient. Stop it. Get some help. And then we just... It's mountains! That's what mountains look like, right? There we go. Alright, at the risk of making a little bit too much work for myself, we'll add some foliage to this tree and make it a bit more filled out. But I don't think I'm going to try and do the sort of foliage drop shadow on this one that we did on the last two drawings. Yeah, I'm not happy yet with the expression. I think the eyes still feel off. Let's flip the drawing and kind of see. Yeah, she looks very wall-eyed. The gaze is not aligned yet. So definitely want to mess with that. Definitely want to mess with the shape of the mouth. But I think, you know, it's a fine block out. I think it'll get us where we want to go. Okay, so for shading on this one, I think we're going to go with a nice sort of desaturated blue. Let's just see how that feels. Pretty basic, pretty straightforward, but I think it'll get the right effect across if we execute it well. Okay. Sure. Lock this in. Good. Yeah. One thing I found can be kind of nice about working on multiple drawings, either working on them in quick succession or having. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry about that. I had something in my throat. The one thing about warm tea that is definitely better than cold tea is how aromatic warm tea is. The smell is very nice. Oh, right. So I was saying about having multiple drawings, multiple projects going at once can sort of take stuff that's like working in one drawing or stuff that you're learning in one and then turn around and apply it in the other. Right? They can sort of build off of each other as you figure stuff out. You might have an idea and then, apply it in the drawing, and then you go back to the other one. I'm like, oh, this is relevant. I can use this. Okay, I think that'll work. Pretty much more or less gets everything shaded. Gonna add a little bit more gray there. And then a little bit down here. A little bit of this. Kind of cool it off like that. Good. Okay. Yes. So for highlights, do sort of a warm sunlight yellow. Kind of our go-to, but it seems to work well enough. Right. Overlay first and see how that plays. Not quite where I want it to go. Color dodging is too strong. Well, maybe it's fine. Because the highlights on a model also kind of warm up into an orangey, maybe a little less saturated. Yeah, it kind of works. We can roll with that. It's pretty nice with the skin tones. Oh, I forgot to shade the scales. I'm gonna get some roundness to those. I guess I did do it on this side. There we go. Get some highlights going there. Okay. And then that. Get that nice highlighting sheen on the horns. Leather really needs that strong, polished look, right? Good. All right. And then let's do the temperature, and then we'll do some lighting block in for the background. Okay, for the shadow, I think we're gonna drop it to like 70%. But maybe do like an overlay. Just so it's not so harsh, right? Right, for subsurface, and we're gonna kind of come in this warm tone. That. God, it makes it look so much better. It's such an improvement. I'm almost mad I never like incorporated it before. But the important part is that we figured it out and we're incorporating it now. Good. Okay, and then I'm gonna duplicate the hair and horn layers, drag them on top here, and then just set them to color like 60%. This will sort of tint the there we go. Good. I think that looks good. Right. So now we're gonna go into the background. A little bit of shading on this here tree of ours. Everything behind her and underneath her, we're gonna go ahead and shade out. Underside of this branch as well. Shading coming in from the foliage, probably. Good. I'm gonna fucking do the light dappling, aren't I? God damn it. I guess it's just kind of it's the trend for the month or something. There we go. That's a good range of colors that we'll get to play with later. Alright. Yeah, we'll play with that background more. I am going to do something because I think it will get us a better, like, overall composition. I'm gonna chop off that tree branch. I'm gonna make it like, you know, it broke off at some point. It's still kind of like, you know how branches will break off and after a while they sort of scab over. They've got that, like, you can still sort of see the inner wood, but it's also like resealed itself, sort of. I want to do this just because I really want, like, the open air feeling of the drawing. I feel like the more we can sort of expand the view to support that, the better. At the risk of exposing my my shite mountains. I'm gonna actually take this one out pretty much entirely. Sort of let it fade into a ravine sort of situation. Or not a ravine, but sort of a what's the word? A saddle. Oh, it's pretty good, I dare say. I'm feeling alright about it. Not bad for about an hour and a half. Here, let's get rid of that. There we go. Alright, cool. Good. Good. Put these to through so that we stop getting that weird, like, outer lining. Okay. Now, where do I want to start painting in on this? There's a lot to figure out here. I think I'll start by blocking in some of the hair. If we come in, we can sort of occlude out some of this hair in the back, right? Or to give it a better sense of volume. It sort of drapes back behind the shoulder. Or falls along the neck. Good. Get in here. Just sort of define the relationship in here a little bit better, right? I really like what the color blending in Clip Studio lets me do. I feel like I can get some very nice gradients and transitions between colors, which is very pleasant. You just gotta be careful. I think part of where a lot of the feelings of softness, like overly softness in some of my drawings comes from, is making sure that objects that are different and like should have well-defined boundaries from each other still maintain that division, right? They don't just sort of like sludge into each other. You think while Gin is sitting in his little prison void for the rest of eternity, he's gonna have any, like, realizations about how he should have done things differently? I mean, at this point, I don't know that he's really capable of personal growth, but man, I tell you what though, Atreus's family is kind of fucked up. Because his sons turned out to be completely insane, and he had to imprison them. And then turns out his father was an egomaniac. We had to imprison him. It's like, what is going on, Atreus? I know it's outside of their scope, but I would really love Jono to talk about the family on cinema therapy and be like, all right, if I had to sit this group down and do family counseling, how would I approach this? Atreus, you can't just keep trapping your problems in books. You need to have actual lines of dialogue. You need to communicate your problems and work on non-literary solutions. Okay, so for my own sort of simplification, shall we call it, we're gonna I want to correct the placement of the eye first and foremost. So we're gonna take this, I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna delete that, and then fill in behind it and see how that looks. Oh, that looks much better already. That already feels loads better. Yeah, I think we can work with that. I think there'll be some adjustments to the far eye, you know, as we bring in more of the dimensionality, sort of refine the shape and everything, but I think the gaze is more aligned now, right? Yeah, it feels way better. Oh, I know what's throwing me off about the shape of the mouth. I see why I don't like it. There's no chin. Like, she has a chin, yes, but it's not like, it's sloping backwards in a really weird way. So what we're gonna try and do is take the shape and bring it out farther. And sort of correct the shape of the jawline a little bit. Let's bring it up a little bit more. Maybe like that. Okay, and then the mouth can sort of swing forward as well. And then we'll sort of wrap it around a bit. Maybe bring the whole shape a little bit more forward. Yeah, you see how much just better that feels? Just that little bit of like correcting the shape of the face. This is why I try not to sweat the particulars of the sketch too much, because I know I'm just gonna end up going in and doing a bunch of revisions and corrections later. So fuck it! Yeah, that's tons better. Alright, now I'm feeling it. Yeah, she has a nice round face, so I think we'll leave the cheeks sort of about at their current level of puffiness. I think that is good and fitting and appropriate. I keep wanting to make her hair more saturated, but it's not. It's not though. There we go. Let's get in here and do a little bit of definition that the sketch might not have captured. Oh, I missed the ears. I did sketch them, but then I forgot to fill them in. Or I covered them with hair. Oops. Good. Good. Let's get this sort of subsurface, not quite shading, right? But that sort of roll off to the side. Sense of volume coming off of it. I'm gonna save myself a little bit of sanity. I'm just gonna mask out this line because it's not actually serving us any purpose, and trying to paint through it, paint it out is just gonna drive me nuts. There we go. Hand still feels weird. It's still not 100% there, but I think it's in a spot that we can figure it out, right? We can figure it out and perfect the look. Yeah. Something a little bit closer to that. Alright. Well, I think we're off to a really strong start, right? I think it's already looking pretty good. Got a couple of critical fixes that we did after we got the sketch going, but the fact that we started it like 2 hours ago, maybe a little more too, closer to 3. Point being, feels good. It's feeling very good to me. But it is, unfortunately, that time. I think we're gonna have to go ahead and wrap it up for tonight. We'll pick this up next time. We'll pick it up again on Tuesday. Yes, so, here's the plan. Here's the thinking, the idea-ification. Tuesday, we are going to continue to work on this. I think it's off to a good start. I'm feeling really good about it. I think it'll be really fun, sort of getting the expression and all the little details and such in. And building out a fun, adventurous background. Thursday is the start of Star Citizens IE. And I asked before and sounded like folks were interested in me sort of streaming it and talking about it. I figured we would go to the Expo Hall. They're definitely going to be showing off the Perseus, which is the crowning new ship of the event. But there's also been hints of other new ships showing up. So we're gonna take a look. We're gonna see what they have in store. Probably fly around, do a couple of missions. I'll probably rent a ship or two just to... I've got a few that I want to try out, so very excited to see what all happens there. It seems like they're really gunning to run IE in 4.4. Fine. So we'll see how it goes. Well, hopefully things will run smooth enough that it won't be a huge issue. But we'll kind of have to see what happens with it. So yeah, I'll be Thursday, and then Saturday wouldn't surprise me if we wrap up Riven, rather. Wrap up Riven, and then we'll keep working on this. Yeah, I'm only planning to stream Star Citizen for the one day, but we'll see how it goes, and if people want to see more of it, we can. Just to jump ahead a little bit, the following week, I am taking a vacation from work. So I don't have any immediate plans to adjust the stream schedule accordingly. But I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking we might do a longer stream one of our weekdays. We'll see how we feel. We'll see how it looks. But that is for next week, not the coming week. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and shut off the VOD. Everyone will say bye-bye to YouTube and the VOD squad. And we're gonna find somebody that we can raid.